Hello there, internet. Hello there, YouTube. Apologies for that. That stream was such a mess, and then yeah, having to sort of just cancel and everything. Anyway, I am back, um, and we'll just start again here. So yeah, I was doing some X Men Legends content. We're gonna take a little break from that. Last solo hardcore run I was doing did end in a death, and that's okay. That's just how the cookie crumbles, as they say. Um, we knew that it was possible. Anyway, I've also been playing a bit of Rivals like comp and really stressing myself out with it. So I just need a break. I need to do something chill. I need to go farm the pits in Diablo so just see nice items fall on the floor. So that's what we're gonna do. I didn't even realize Diablo 2 had an update, so I'm super hyped about playing around with some of the new and finding new items. And we did find one of the new items in the stream, the previous stream, which it's kind of down now. There's not much point leaving it up. Anyway, we'll get in there, and I'll try to introduce this stream a little bit more professionally than the last one. I'm very tired, by the way, and I was very sick this morning.
Let the games begin.
Alright, so here we are, Diablo 2 Resurrected. I just bought the EP this morning. So something I do want to warn people about is when you move characters from the base game to the EP, everything in their shared stash kind of stays in the base game shared stash. I don't like it doesn't come with them. So it looks like if you just go down the list and just convert all your characters, you'll come into the character and you'll be like, oh my god, where is my shared stash? Where are all my items? I had all this stuff. Uh, okay, if you do that, which I did, and you're hyperventilating and freaking out, chill. Just make a new expansion character. All your items will be in their shared stash. The shared stash apparently stays there. Maybe it doesn't stay there forever. It's presumably in a cache or something. Anyway, sort that out. Now I'm gonna have so much dopamine seeing having 8 trillion L rooms or something like. Oh my, the gems, the they just this is dream. Like who can man? Some game devs are so just legendary. Are so like this is who buys? How do they make money to spend dev time giving us this? I don't know. I mean, look, yeah, it was $40 for the EP, but if it were $80, I'd have bought it. The amount of quality of life and stuff that people have genuinely been asking for. And it's like, we've been playing this game for 20 years. You know we're going to buy the EP. Like, just make it for us. And finally they did. And just freaking bless them. I don't care about the new character. He could be garbage. He could be great. I'll eventually play him. I'm not going to try to figure it out for myself because I'm terrible at that. So what I'll do is I don't know, I'll watch Zarfin, the Loot Goblin, or Nuclear Rabbit, or someone who's actually good at the game, play through it and see what kind of the meta is, what the good choices, and how they gear him up and everything else. Until then, I'm just farming and hoping to get new items. And we're just running straight to the pits. As I say, I don't think this character can farm Travancore. She'll just be melted by hydras. Wait. Oh, I never reset my instance. That's Lord. So much for making this a little bit more professional. Anyway, just a quick look at this, because these are shared stash characters that I brought over. So I want to. So this is how I had to shove everything from the shared stash. Most of it wasn't particularly great, to be honest. But yeah, this. Oh my god, the dopamine, the dopamine, the dopamine. Oh, this feels so good. You have no idea. And then get to like I left a lot of runes behind, like low value ones, because I didn't even realize we had this where we could just stack them infinitely. I left a lot of chip gems behind and stuff, but I've also got a lot of mules that just have random runes and gems, and it's going to be so satisfying just moving all that stuff over and then deleting it all. Oh, it's so satisfying. I wish there was some kind of jewels tab, but I understand why that's not really feasible. But look, also, I have all these unidentified pieces of jewelry that I've just been stacking. And I wonder if now, because they're in the EP, can they potentially roll as EP jewelry? Because so that sling ring, the new one, that looks freaking nice. MF slows target. So yeah, we got quite a decent number of little uniques and stuff here, and just a normal jewel. There. Yeah, all this stuff needs to go into the new shared stash, but I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here. I've got to. Ooh, it's going to be satisfying. Very, very, very satisfying. Now, into the shared stash, please. Into the shared stash. I don't know. I know some people get big dopamine watching people do inventory management. Most people probably don't. But this was the only thing in my shared stash that I would have been like genuinely gutted to lose, aside from all this unidentified jewelry. I think I found this on Pindle Skin. Like, this is such a nice item. Crushing Blow, minus target's advantage, 300 ED, plus 2 to skills, and 2 sockets. What is this? This is nothing. Yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah, I just want to make sure all the unidentified stuff is stacked up here. So this guy can be just straight up deleted. That's so... Oh yes, let me delete mule characters that just exist for no reason other than to hold items. So this was my other mule shared stash mule. As I said, I kind of left a lot of stuff behind. I just threw it on the floor, like a bunch of perfect gems and low runes and stuff. And you can see this guy doesn't have anywhere near as much stuff. Getting the chip gems for rune upgrades and stuff like that is nice. And these are just jewels. Some of them are for crafting, I think. Yeah, so like ED. Oh, that's nice. The max damage ones, I think, are mainly there. For if I ever decide to do a blade sin, I think it is. Anyway, this stuff can just be deleted with this guy. Damn, we got 2 viewers. People really like inventory management. Maybe I should do the actual farming off stream and then just stream the inventory management at the end. I gotta admit, it does give you dopamine. It's one of those things that like I put it off for way too long, so then when I do it, Like, it's been stressing me out for so long that to finally get it done feels really nice. But yeah, this is what I found on the stream that I had to unfortunately get rid of, and this is one of the new elite uniques. I don't know if that's a good ED roll. I'll look it up, but like, I don't know how this warlock guy works with melee weapons, but I could see this being good, mainly for the amp damage, depending on how reliably he procs it, and whether that mirrored blades is a good skill. But the minus requirements is pretty freaking nice because you can put a hell rune in that as well and have like minus 50% requirements. Have the sword that basically like, you know, anyone, like some like little baby could carry. Anyway, back into the pits. Yeah, this is such a good update, and I really just need it. Like, it puts such a smile on your face when you see gold drop in this game, and the items are like your old friends, you know. Like we always know, it's like, oh, it's an eyes night. Oh look, it's the breast is best plate, you know. It's the bad blue boots. It's, you know, like things have nicknames, like, and they're literally like, how many like BattleNet runs did you do where you like muled this onto a new character and you know you've actually used them. You have like a relationship with these items, and it never doesn't feel good to see gold. Even if it's the worst item in the game. Oh, wait. Okay. Alright. So, gear check if anyone is interested. This was a really nice drop. Found it in the pits. Right here. You know, just mostly MF stuff. I don't know why I do this with Amazon. I think I'm just lazy, and for some reason I just find it super chill. We've got this on swap, and then, you know, just a real mixed bag of charms, some good stuff, some, you know, kind of mediocre stuff, but it is what it is. Anyway, so pretty basic setup apart from the wind force, and we should be doing this on players 8. Yeah, the wind force clears this very comfortably on players 8, with Atmoscara, mind you. If you don't have Atmoscara, you are better off using Witch Wild String. Especially if you upgrade it to Elite and put good stuff in the sockets. It's just flatly better than Windforce if you don't have Atmoscara. If you have Atmoscara, then go ahead and use your Windforce. Like everyone has a Windforce. I mean, on Battle.net, they can't be that rare, right? Because you have trading. But for a solo character, you know, it's just one of those funny things. It's like, the game, it took, I got every elite unique bow in this game. Bow, mind you. I haven't gotten the elite unique Colossus crossbow yet. But I get every elite unique bow in this game before I got Witch Wild String, which was my personal, like, holy grail bow. And I still haven't gotten a perfect Witch Wild String. I might never get one. Like, I legitimately got Wind Force before I got Witch Wild String. I got like 3 eagle horns, multiple barizas, the, you know, what's the elite ward bow, the Widowmaker. I got that one in the Stony Tomb or something, where, you know, where you go with the cold sorceress. Now these are for the new character. We're not going to mess around with that. It's just a normal magic. You know, probably could be worth gold, I suppose. But, this is Beverit's Keep. Beverit Keep. Okay, my bad. Interesting item. Like, I do think people tend to underrate items that give you like a single huge chunk of resist. But if you think about it, right? Like, if you just look at resistances as a total, so you say, like, I don't know, I don't think I even have anything with resistances. Okay, so like this gives you like 60% resistance. 63, right? This gives you 75. It's not a bad shield for level 19, especially considering fire and lightning are the two most important. Interesting. I'm always looking at the rare boots because, like, Holy Grail rare boots are arguably better than anything you can get in terms of uniques. But probably you wouldn't want an elite base, to be honest, because the strength requirements on them are so bonkers. I wonder if there's a way to downgrade it, like items. That would be a really nice recipe for the runes. If it doesn't exist. Maybe in the next EP. Wow, is it just me or the pit's really empty? Oh, ant damage. Gotta love it. Ant damage and holy freeze. We are spoiled, we are. Anyway, so I am thinking about doing some Rivals streaming. But maybe next season. Like this season, like there's only a couple of days left. And I just kind of want to grind my way to gold. But it will also be interesting to me because if I find I just can't get to gold, then that's going to be like a real reality check of like, oh, okay, I'm a Silver Peak tank player, and maybe I need to like rethink, not just locking support or something. I don't think I'm a Silver Peak tank player, but there's only one way to find out. Let's just hoof it to the pits. I don't like stopping for the elites out here, aside from the fact that they tend to just be very dangerous types of enemies. Lots of ranged enemies, freaking quill rats, skeleton archers, some of the nastiest stuff in the game. But even these rogues are quite dangerous just because they run at you so fast. But this is like 3 elite packs. Kind of. And it's difficult to kind of corral them up, but I shouldn't really waste my time. Also, I wasn't even using Wind Force. Always nice to see. I would like the Bulkathos one, that would be nice. I already got a grandfather down here in the pit. Those guys took a little bit of chunking. Oh, okay. That's so weird. They're really bad. But still, elite unique. I don't know. Do people like Silkwave? I think Silkwave are garbage. I think you, by the level you are, like have to be to find and wear Silkweave, if you haven't just randomly, even magic boots with like more useful affixes, I don't know what you've been doing. You haven't been picking stuff up. Ah, so Warlocks can get plus skills. Like, what does it do? Faster on Walk is nice. Enhanced defense and defense plus missiles is completely irrelevant. Increased maximum mana is irrelevant. Plus 5 mana after each kill is nice, especially for like a druid or something where you have like an elemental druid or something where you have like a long acting spell that you cast once, but it's just bad. And that's ethereal. Pretty cool. And we're really just going through it like a leisurely pace. I guess I could put this down to play as 3. It doesn't make much difference to the drops as far as I understand it. But it will allow us to clear much faster. But let's see. Oh yeah, stuff just literally falls over. Ah, that will be the other skill up I ordered. I'm glad to see that the game is listening to me. There was some mix-up in the communications, and the skiller will get there. It will arrive. It's just not that, you know, they delivered the wrong thing, unfortunately. It will come. It's so tempting to do some more inventory management. And what is this? This is a terrible item. It's Siva something. This mercenary just goes where he wants and tanks everything like an absolute chad. Yeah, this is Siva's. It's like an item that just doesn't have affixes at all. Very depressing item. But the fun of the sets, the early game sets, is not so like it's the set bonuses and stuff like that. And I kind of wish all the sets in the game were like that, especially the exceptional and elite sets. A lot of exceptional sets are just like, you know, here's a decent item. You're like, oh, it's a polearm and it has 200 ED and 40 IAS. It's just like it's totally fine, and you could just use it on its own, or give it to a mercenary and, you know, have a good life. But they don't really incentivize you to actually have the whole set. You know, there'll be a bunch of items in the set that are just like really questionable. You don't really know what they're supposed to do. And then, you know, the whole kind of set bonuses are just like way too mediocre to compensate. Okay, this is smidge dangerous. They're kind of on my butt now. We might as well try to get rid of her. Oh yeah, I forgot. I could have outran them with the vigor. I'm so rusty at this game because I've been playing other stuff. But yeah, if I ever want to put a smile on my face, this is the way to do it. Just come to the pits. Go to Mephisto, whatever. Your favorite loot spot. I heard a charm. That will be the skill of your opponent. Yes. They keep messing up the order. Strange. You know what? Every charm I find that isn't the skiller brings me closer to the skill. But yeah, in the last round, I was talking about just the way farming works in a game like this compared to the way it works in more modern farming games. And I don't think one is better or one is worse. But I do think that modern, or to the extent that I've played them, like modern games that are like, you know, farming focused, my mercenary got absolutely waxed there and I didn't actually get my potion because I keep pressing Alt. Ugh, the aura. Absolutely collapsed by just some random fallen. Oh, I don't have enough space. No. It's time to deposit some gold, resurrect our mercenary. But as I say, if I compare something like this to something like Warframe, like I don't know. I do think I ultimately prefer farming in a game like this. But the actual gameplay involved in the farming in Warframe is maybe more fun. I don't know. But also, I keep accidentally hitting Alt Tab because of the auto map. But yeah, in a game like Warframe, where it's like, okay, here's a boss. Every time you kill the boss, he drops a component of a thing. Pardon me. Sorry. I had to mute my microphone. As I said, still kind of sick. Feeling a little bit nervous about having that much health, but Get out of here, demons. On your bike. That will be my ruby jewel of fervor. We discussed this earlier with the game about how I would like one. I have no reason not to hold on to things like jewels. Because I'm going to save so much inventory space just with this. It's crazy that there's slots just for Kaleem's. It's a bit silly. Why am I not using Vigor? But yeah, one of the things that about a game like, I don't know, Warframe, and I understand it has to be this way, because in a game like that, you have to kind of respect people's time. Even though it's supposed to be, you know, a grindy game that's about farming resources and farming items and blah 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 blah. Like, there has to be a clear path of like, okay, how do I get this item? In fairness, if there was a single player version of Warframe, no trading, then people probably would struggle to get specifically mods, because everything else in the game is very target farmable, and it's just like, okay, well, if you just do this for enough hours, you will get it, and you can optimize, quote unquote, this, whatever that particular piece of gameplay is that gives you the thing. Oh, interesting. I have no idea if anything good can be made in that, but I like a Scourge. You don't see them very often. I would love the elite ones. I think Basil's Vortex, I think, is the good one. I really want a Shaper's Hammer. I did get the legendary mallet, the other one, not Shaper's, but the other one. I got it from Terrazone Mephisto twice, and it was ethereal both times, if I remember correctly. And the first time I went through this like whole character arc where I was like, will I just literally, like, because it was ethereal, and I was like, okay, well, it still looks like it has really busted stats. Would it be worth trying to farm a Zodra? And then I was like, looking at, like, just with like mid runes in an ethereal elite base, you just flatly make better weapons. It's not good enough. So that was super disappointing. And then to get another one, it's just like extremely brutal. Because like normally there are some ethereal, like quite a lot of ethereal weapons in this game you're pretty chuffed to find. Like ethereal swords and ethereal polearms, ethereal spears, even ethereal throwing spears, javelins, because any of them can go on the Act 2 mercenary, not Amazon specific Japanese, but the normal kind. Damn, I wasn't even using Wind Force there. On Players 3, you just chop through them. But I don't think the drops were as good. Dolbrune is not the worst. Kind of mid. Always nice to see Shaco. Even if it's not gold. Just a reminder that they exist. Let's see Hunter's Bow. Would that even be good at level 13? I have no idea. Wait, Soul Charm of Vita is decent. Man, with minus 20 requirements, 5% chance to cast amp damage on striking. If you just had a good ED roll, that could be worth having. But yeah, always nice to see gold, especially when it's something that you don't like automatically recognize. But yeah, man, we're gonna have to put it back on Players 8. I'm not feeling the drops, even though the clear speed is quicker. Actually, hold on just a moment. A teensy bit of inventory management. Because I have a feeling. Oh, there's so many tabs of the shared stash. It's so good. And yeah, this is what I was looking forward to, just pinging all of these into the gem slot and then probably just deleting this mule. Ooh, that feels so nice. Just watching those numbers go up. And so this mule can just straight up be deleted, which always feels good. Oh, that's right, I'm gonna hold it down. Gotta hold it down for a while. I'm pretty sure I have another character who exists just to mule jewelry and stuff like that, but whatever. Anyway, let's get back in there, back into the pits. Pop it back on place 8. Oh, that's right. It's player 7, isn't it? For optimal loot. Players 8 just gives you more EXP, which is not a bad thing because the more we oh yeah, so this stuff can go into these. It's strange that they don't have ones for potions. That would be really nice if they did. Oh, they do. Okay. Okay, Man, they did everything for us. It's so good. Like, they absolutely hit this out the park. This is what, if all this did was change the inventory, like, don't worry about the new character, new items, anything. If all this did was change the inventory, I would have paid $40 for it. 100%. No question. This is the best EP that I've seen for a game in a long time, because the EPs just don't really exist anymore. And I have, like, look, I know enough about how the world works to know that no one is going to re-optimize and make quality of life changes and balance changes and all this sort of stuff to a game that doesn't have some kind of in-game cash shop or a pay-to-win mechanic or whatever. If people if they're not making money from it, then they're not going to produce. Forget content. They're not going to do anything. There's no reason that they're not. You can't, they're not going to work for free, and they shouldn't have to. The problem is that the studios and stuff are so obsessed with ongoing returns rather than just saying, okay, let's just make this. We know we can sell it, and we know we will recoup the development costs. And we just sell it for $40, $50, whatever, and people will buy it, and we'll make some money. But then, eventually sales will, they're not going to keep selling it forever. And that's what they try to avoid. They want to have people in a loop where they're consistently, oh, okay, every week we can release a new skin that takes very little effort, in terms of us, it takes very little developmental resource to produce, but we can sell it for $30 or $20, and people buy it. Millions of people buy it. And you can do that every week. So the idea that you get EPs like this, you just don't get them anymore. And when you do, I don't care what they cost. I think I even mentioned when I first started doing the loot diaries, I was I would love to see some kind of EP on this game that has all these quality of life changes, that maybe updates balance a little bit. And I was literally saying to myself, on stream, that if they put a cash shop in this game where you could buy stupid things, I don't know, cat ears for your sorcerers, or I don't know, change the way your character model looks, but just mix and match so it's if you prefer the way this armor looks but you're wearing another type of armor, you can just change it, and it's pay $5 for that. I would give them money every week, even though I don't want or care about that stuff, just because I would know that money is going to fund, ongoing development and things that I do want in the game. But thankfully, they went the classy, old-fashioned route of just saying, we'll just make it, and then we'll just sell it to you. And they must know, like the people who play this game are like my age. I'm 41 by the way. Where, and a lot of them are like dads with families and stuff like that. People who played the game when it came out, and now they're still playing it in some capacity. So they are not going to bat an eyelid, bat an eyelash, even for a second about saying, hey, all these quality of life changes that people have wanted. Are here in this EP, and it also comes with new content, new items, new rune words, an entirely new hero. Like, no one is going to think twice about buying that. No one who plays this game. And they probably don't have the biggest player base. Oh, I'm actually like hyped to find like random gems and stuff now, just because like I want to see the stack go up. That's so nice. Ooh. Unique jewel. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, popping it back up to players 8 feels like another jewel. Ruby jewel further, please. Let's decide to use this. Get out of here. But I will be back to streaming X-Men Legends content. I genuinely could not think of what to do in the game. Like, it was like, oh, that's right. I was going to do a janky version, a janky rogue build with the energy overflow, power theft. Oh, so I didn't even have to have that tab open. I want to marry the people who made this expansion pack. Like, I'm sorry, I have fallen in love with all of you. Yeah, I just want to make sure I have all the unidentified uniques here. This is such a mess. It doesn't. So I want to get a whole bunch of those and then identify them all on a stream. Where it's just like, and then just make one of those cheesy videos where it's like, I identified 40 unique amulets in Diablo 2. Here's what I found. I love, like, if you love looting, you've got to love this game. Like, and it's got to be single player. Don't get me wrong, Battle.net is great because it's PvP, and the only reason I played this game as much as I did once upon a time is because of PvP, and because PvP was endgame back in the day. We didn't have Ubers or anything like that. So you would just grinding better, different like dueling sets and PvP gear. Because that was all you had to do. It was MF to find better MF gear, to find PvP gear to go make a duelist. So I think the PvP side is cool, and that's a good reason to use BattleNet. And trading is cool as well. It's a different kind of experience, I guess. Like when you can say to yourself, like, okay, I want a win force, and I'm going to make the game give me a win force. Like I'll go to Lower Kuras and I'll just farm, and they just rolled my mercenary, absolutely destroyed him. Thankfully, they're really stupid, and they're just kind of milling around there like a bunch of doofuses, so just kind of shoot them all. And the Valkyrie just comes back, so it doesn't matter. Let's get our mercenary back though, because he helps us clear this quicker. Gives us might. And if we're close enough, he gives us fanaticism. Even at level 1, is a very meaningful attack speed buff. So, yeah, even if the mercenary himself doesn't do much, and he does, he's got a pretty good weapon. And he buffs us a lot, if anyone is curious. We have a standard Might, Act 2 Merc, Ethereal Jurials, 17% Vamp Gaze, and Mania. I swear this used to be called Hustle, and just this recent thing has changed the name of it to Mania. Either way, formerly Hustle, now Mania, 200% ED, in an ethereal Stygian pike, so actually does pretty decent damage, especially when you factor in the attack speed and everything else. But I have a funny feeling that if I stream Rivals, it's like, I mean, all I can do ultimately is try and see how it goes. Gosh. Very bad. I'm always curious though about res and stuff like, because one day I would like to just like get a character to hell, and then just, you know, see how easy or comfortable it can be clearing hell with just rare items. But look, it's always going to be hard if you have to farm the items, because you could genuinely farm for the rest of your life and never find the rares that you want. But if I just have a bunch of like passable rares sitting on a mule that I can shift over, that to me is the fun way to do that. But obviously different people have different ideas about what is fun in this game. Some people really like the sort of self-found type experience, but that's... I don't normally go down to that little corner. rare circlets and diadems and stuff like that are always kind of spicy to find because they can have such nice affixes on them. What am I doing? Anyway, yesterday I did, as I say, yesterday and the day before, I did a lot of rank grinding, and I kind of work out between matches to, you know, steady myself and combat tilt, but where are the elites? And this is the problem with the pits. It's very, you can get everything, but a lot of the time you get nothing. You don't get all those nice, just random uniques that tend to drop from something like Mephisto. It's like, you have them all, you know, but even then, you know, if you grind Mephisto, and you just keep grinding, even if you have all the good things that you realistically are going to get from Mephisto, like Scalders and Shaco and Barizas and Head Strikers and Worm Skulls and all that. Then you still have you can still get things like Amaras, High Lords. Chlorats. The extra fast skeletons. These nastiest stuff in this Tamo Highlands. Anyway, long story short, I know I kind of lost my train of thought for a moment there, but I was saying that, you know, playing the game, I did a lot of working out because it was very stressful, just getting from freaking bronze to silver. Like, in the metal ranks, it genuinely feels like there is no matchmaking. And it's so stressful to play the game because, like, you know, you can literally, like, I have literally had games where every single person on my team, every single person, myself included, 0 kills. Not because they stayed in spawn, just because every single time they walked out of spawn, they got absolutely crap stomped. And usually, I hate to say it, but usually in games like that, when you're getting absolutely crap stomped like that, it's because your supports are drunk or something. They're not, I don't know. They're just really bad. They have no idea what they're doing. Because, like, if you heal your team and keep them alive, like, you know, they can get something done. But look, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you just genuinely get nothing. Like, you have games that are actually unwinnable. And I don't care who you are, the game is literally unwinnable. Like, you can be an Eternity Smurf, and I don't think you would win the game. but maybe. I mean, a lot of the time, games like that are unwinnable because there are Smurfs on the other team. You know, and it's like they're so obviously. It's like, look, if I see someone who's like, you know, brand new account, level 10, you know, grayed out thing, and it's like, I don't know, they just like play Punisher or Star-Lord or, you know, something, and they're kind of shredding a bit. I can kind of just be like, well, you know what? Like, if you play shooter games, if you have good aim, that's, you know, that's not, it's not something that wouldn't happen. But, you know, when it's like you have someone who's like the same thing, a level 10 account or something, and, you know, they're playing, I don't know, Psylocke or Daredevil or something, and they have, like their rollouts are clearly practiced. Their, you know, their understanding of the map and like where to play on the map is very, very obviously not that of someone who is new to the game. Like, they know the maps, they know every position, and they're playing the positions that you would play in like you know, a higher ranked lobby. And, you know, then add to that, like, they also just have like really superior mechanics and blah 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 blah. And it's just like, you know, it's someone's alt account, which is not necessary. It's not smurfing. I don't think having an alt account is smurfing. Like, it results in a little bit of smurfing because you have to climb out of the low ranks, but I don't think it's like, it'll wreck some people's games. But like, yeah, you get a smurf on the enemy team, and you'll probably have a smurf on your team within the next couple of games. You know, like, it all kind of balances out if you just play enough. The problem is that, like, just when you have to just keep saying that to yourself, it's like you, like, at one point I'm in bronze and I'm like, I literally can't get out of bronze, and it's like, because I had games that like should have been winnable, but they weren't winnable because of crazy things that only happen in metal ranks, or that, you know, the kind of metal rank special, you know. So like, what would happen is, like, I would have a game that like should have been winnable and almost was winnable, but we just could not squeeze out the win because one person on our team was consistently disconnected, walking into walls, you know, just non-existent, and then they left the game. You know, so like literally 5v6. And I feel like that was a game where it was like the matchmaker was kind of saying to us, like, you know, here, have a slightly easier one, you know? Oh, pardon me. Where it's like, okay, here is a game that's like based on your win rates and so on. Like, we think this one should be winnable for you. And then it's like, but now it's not winnable. And then you go into a game where you know, where it's like, okay, well, now you're like, oh, okay, well, I should hopefully get a slightly better lobby next time. And it's like, next time you have a smurf, everyone goes 0 kills. Next time you have someone who's literally, you know, trying to, like, I don't know, do some kind of like public cry for help or something, you know, like they're genuinely like depressed or something, and they'll just like wander around and do nothing and, like, you know, literally throw. Like, I had someone in a game who played Magic, and, you know, we could not win with them on Magic. Look, it was an unwinnable game. They were really, really bad at Magic. At one point, they were convinced to swap, and we started winning, and we were literally winning, and they swapped back to Magic. So, like, you know, you have like, and, you know, it's not just like, oh, I'm just gonna, like, you know, it's like you're bad at Magic right from the off, and would probably struggle to get value into any comp, but you're playing Magic into, like, you know, Groot, Penny, Iron Fist. Like, like, you know, you just, like, there's literally nothing for you to dive. You're never, like, you know, your team is just permanently boxed in by group walls. It doesn't matter. You're permanently dead. You physically, your team does not have the damage to just break things like group walls anymore. You know, it's just like you get players like that, and then it's like, okay, well, there's players like that will be on the other team, right? Yeah, but you might genuinely have to play like 100 games for it to actually balance out. It's like it does balance out in the end, where, like, you know, for every unwinnable game, like, you kind of get an unlosable game. But it's like you could have 3 unwinnable games in a row, and then play like 8 games that are kind of somewhere in the middle, and then get, you know, 1 unlosable game, and then get another unwinnable game, and then get 2 more games that are somewhere in the middle, and then get another unlosable game. Like, you know, it's not the kind of progression, I suppose you might call it, or the it's not, nothing about it is predictable. And to some extent, you kind of just have to keep grinding. And it's like, if you can sort of say, like, okay, well, I don't know. Like, games like that can be really frustrating to me sometimes, because it's like, I genuinely think people like that are bad people. Like, you wouldn't want to know them in real life. They probably don't have many friends. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't want to spend time with people like that. You wouldn't do it, like, voluntarily. If they were like your cousin or something, like, you know, you might, out of some sense of familial duty. But if you have the choice, you know, I don't know. I cannot imagine a person who plays a team-based game and, you know, plays a character, is losing the game, you know, is asked to swaps, is winning the game, and then, like, literally swaps back to make sure that their team loses. Like, it's like, I understand that you can't attribute things to malice that can be explained by just stupidity and lack of awareness. You know, stupidity and lack of awareness is almost always the culprit. This guy just doesn't realize how bad he is. But at the same time, it's like someone has asked you, and you, like, how can you not understand that we are literally winning when you swap? I think the problem is people like that, like, they genuinely, that humbles them, because they didn't even realize that they needed to swap, and suddenly it's like someone told them to do something, and they did it. My guess is they probably thought it wasn't going to work. And the reality is, some of these players are so bad that if they legitimately just sat in spawn, you would have an easier match. Like, this magic that I'm talking about died 17 times. 17 times. And, you know, this is where, like, the next person who had the most deaths was like 9. And most of the people in the lobby were like, you know, 4 to 6. And they died 17 times. At that point, you are literally working for the enemy team. Like, all you're doing is running in and giving them ult charge. But I'm convinced that a person who plays like that, I don't believe that anything. I think, some of the stuff that they do that messes with the people who are playing with them, some of it comes from a place of like genuine ignorance. It's total lack of self-awareness, complete misunderstanding of how well they're playing, and so on. But, as I say, when someone asks, I don't know, my belief is that people like that, as I say, I can't imagine wanting to be friends with a person like that. And it's not a question of, like, look, I am not good at video games. And I'm not saying that, like, people who are bad at video games shouldn't have friends. But what I am saying is that if you play a competitive shooter game and you make the choice to go specifically into the competitive mode of the shooter game, and play the game as if all you care about is like having an audience. It's like you don't actually want teammates. You don't care where they are. You don't know where they are. You're not going to appeal for anyone because you don't care or know. It's not on your radar. You don't care. You just you have, like, there's one thing you want to, like, I played this game where, like, my supports keep saying, like, we're getting dove, and I'm like, what's diving you? They had no dive. And it wasn't that they were getting dove. It was that we had a bunch of, like, brainlets on DPS. We had, like, 3 people playing idiotic flankers, and all they were doing was just keying into the enemy back line, doing nothing. And, 2 tanks were just walking in our supports. And I'm a solo tank, and there's nothing I can do about it. And I don't even see the supports dying. I'm just, like, existing on card. Because I'm a solo tank. What the hell am I supposed to do? And you have these games where it's just like you're genuinely playing with people who should not be playing team games. And I know what, it's just like little kids. Like, I play with my friend who's my age, and his son is like a 10-year-old. And he's not, like, he is so much better than the average kid, like, than you would ever expect a kid of his age to be. Like, he has a little bit of self-awareness. You can actually talk to him. Like, he's like, he genuinely wants to be a good team player, but he's a 10-year-old, and he has a 10-year-old's, like, awareness and a 10-year-old's attention span, and blah 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 blah. But he genuinely has a desire to actually, like, be a team player and, like, contribute and help people and so on. Most of the people who play games like this don't. I mean, like, who play, like, who are playing in that sort of style. They're essentially, like, they're almost certainly very young. But anyway, as I say, I can't imagine a person that I would like in a social setting being like that. And I don't, like, care how mean that sounds. But also, I should be clear that, like, in a social setting, I don't like most people. And that's not to say that like I'm a jerk to them, but it's like if I'm in a room like a I don't know Discord server and there's let's say I'm in a chat room and 10 people regularly use this chat room, like the odds that I like any of them are low. Because it's just like, I don't know. I like people who are like funny and witty and clever and self-aware and interesting and who have opinions like and ideas and blah blah blah. Like you know what I'm saying? And it's like most people can kind of qualify and like, but they won't in a social situation because most people are very, very, very scared to kind of open up and, you know, show any kind of like honesty or vulnerability or anything like that. And, you know, they have some like cultivated, almost like a persona that's never dropping. And, you know, they're not Hemingway. So when they kind of theory craft a persona for themselves, it's kind of a kind of mediocre person that you wouldn't really want to be friends with. Because it's like a character written by a substandard author. Like, why would you want that? Like, I wouldn't want to be friends with a character written by a good author. Because they're not going to have any actual, like, depth or humanity. But at least if they were written by a good author, they could be, like, witty and... you know what I'm saying? But, anyway. I think most people are pretty likable if they will open up. But most people won't really open up. But it's also, like, that's their privilege. Because, you know... You can't just kind of be completely open and vulnerable with everyone. Some people will genuinely make you regret it. And, you know, people want to understand that there's some level of, like, safety and trust and so on before they really kind of relax around people, which I can totally relate to that. Anyway, I got off on some weird tangent from, like, ranting about teammates and hero shooters. But the point is that if I play this game, if I were to play Rivals and actually stream it, one, I don't think my gameplay necessarily warrants streaming. It's very basic. Like, at least on tank, it's very basic. My goal is to get to gold. And I don't know, maybe I can or will climb higher. I don't know. But I would worry about that, you know, once I'm in gold. And yeah, always checking out the rare armors because I do like the idea of getting a character to hell difficulty and then just like loading them up with like the best rares I've found and seeing just like how comfortable a run you can have using only rares. Like, in theory, it should be doable. Rare weapons? I've got some rare weapons that are 100% very, very fit to, like, clear the game with. Pardon me yawning. As I said, I've been really, really sick lately. And grinding comp in that game kind of made things worse. And because, as I say, I tend to work out to, like, de-stress. I've, like, really, really done a number on my legs. I did a number on my arms the first day, and I did a number on my legs the second day. And now it's like, if I play again tonight, which I probably will, but much later, because I want to play when freaking stupid little school kids are in bed. So when they will bug it off, I would happily play some more. But I don't know if I will stream it. I'm really not sure if I will even have a padda playing that game because it is very hard for me to play. So it's not like I can just be like relaxed and focusing on chatting and so on. I would probably just be talking about what's happening in the game and what I want to do, which, to be honest, could be really helpful because I tend to get lost when I play the game. Like, I know... why am I not using Reinforce? So I know when I play tank, one of the biggest problems I have is I'm just not aggressive enough. You know, because I have this kind of understanding where it's like, all right, well, I want to go take some space, sit on a corner or something, maybe poke their tank a little bit. You know, if he walks past, shield behind him, whatever. You know, but ultimately, you're looking to walk on a support, and you're looking for the supports, and then when you see one, you kind of want to walk on them and force them out, or at least make them heal each other, or push some cooldowns out, or whatever. But anyway, so I understand that that's what I'm supposed to do. The problem is that, like, I get focus locked in to, you know, that whole part of like, oh, okay, I'm shooting the tank is shooting me. Okay. Wow, I couldn't even heal him in time. And I tried to give him a juvie as well. Amazon just tanks it all. She does not care. Not the Amazon, the Valk. Let's get a mercenary back. But yeah, as I say, so it could be very helpful if I'm just talking about it in that sense of like, oh, okay, I'm going to try to hold this corner, put a shield behind the tank, walk on a support. Ooh, oh, okay, it looks like I just missed my shots and died, you know. Like, that could be super helpful, I think. But like, sometimes in the moment, I'll get really frustrated when I die. And not understand how it's my fault. But it's one of those things where it's like... I don't know if 3 sockets is particularly, you know, worth holding on to. But I have space, so I might as well. Also, I see someone has tuned in. I wonder if it's the same person who's been coming and going a little bit. This is just a loot stream. We're literally just farming the pits, Diabloloo. I'm hoping to get some of the new drops, some of the new items from the expansion pack that I just got. I didn't even realize it existed until this morning. We've already got one of them. We got the unique legend sword, which is for the new character. And it could be useful for I don't know, it could have value for melee builds outside of that, but it would be some janky off-meta thing, you know, like a two-handed sword enchant sorceress or something. Where you would mainly want it for the massive reduced requirements and the chunk, you know, the big chunky chance to cast amp damage. Ooh, nice. And I would like a Crown of Ages. But you know what? A small MF charm would be really nice too. Ethereal. Okay. Original bow. Last. But yeah, drops so far have been this and this, the new one, which was really cool. The ED roll, I'm assuming it probably goes up to about 200%. And we probably just got a really bad one. On the other hand, I don't know, maybe it only goes up to 150 or something. Seems a bit questionable to me. But maybe it's been, you know, perfectly designed to synergize with his kit. It could. Like, if he has melee attack skills that have, like, good cleave that hit multiple enemies, you know, if it works like Blade Sins type stuff, so if it's good at applying that amp damage curse, yeah, it could be really good. And you start to warm up after a few runs. You know, I'm not getting like stuck in the cloisters and stuff anymore. I don't know. I really wish Rivals would implement some, like, I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I like the fact that it's not roll queue, but realistically, it's just like in your slop lobbies, every single game is triple DPS. Well, not every single game, but I would say easily 75% of games in quick play. It's probably closer to 90%. It's triple DPS, solo tank, 2 supports. And then in the, you know, the lower ranks, like the metal ranks and stuff like that, it's the same thing. Constantly triple DPS. And like no one flexes. And if they do, they're terrible at it. And you wish they wouldn't. But they're probably really bad on DPS as well. So whatever. Anyway, I legitimately believe that the player base is like brain rotted by the MVP system and SVP system, like the casual player base, and that's why they're obsessed with playing DPS. Because if your team is already winning, and maybe it literally has nothing to do with you, like you're an active detriment to them winning, but eventually your team builds ults and wins a team fight. In the average like quick play lobby, from then on, like it's just chasing staggers. It's like if you've been getting lots of wins and you're really cooking on like your main role or something, and you're in genuinely like you're starting to get ranked up with like higher ranked players, which happens really quickly in quick play, by the way. But either way, so unless you're in a lobby like that, even in those lobbies, people don't necessarily group up. Like, I've played with people who are like GM players, and when they play quick play, they have headphones in. They just don't care. Like, they're not trying to win. They're just, I don't know, playing Spider-Man with headphones in. Like, quick play is genuinely toxic, and I 100% believe that if you just straight deleted quick play from the game is instantly better, and everyone will actually have more fun. 100%. Like, I have more fun in, even though I talked about the metal ranks being like so bad, where it's like you have a Smurf and then you have a Lever and you know, then you have a Magic who dies 17 times, but then it's like you'll have 3 games where you just can't lose. You don't even need to walk out of spawn. And it just feels terrible because you're like, okay, when are the games where what I do matters? Will I even recognize them when they come? Am I going to whiff? Like, because here's the thing, like, what's the point? Like, what are you practicing? Like, what do you learn in a lobby like that? You learn nothing. Like, if you're genuinely just like, okay, the enemy team is just completely diffed us. Like, most of us literally cannot get a kill. Like, they're just walking in and dying. Our supports aren't really looking at anyone. They don't care. They just kind of randomly throw ults on point. Like you genuinely just have a, like, complete team diff. And there's reasons why that happens. It's not because, oh, well, everyone on your team is just bad. It can literally be, like, person on your team is just doesn't really want to win today. Like, that's how people are in low ranks. Like, sometimes they just don't want to win. Like, I don't know, they're there to be beaten up, or they're there to prove some kind of point, or I don't know, whatever. It's in their head. The problem is entirely like in their head of just like, are you there to legitimately try your best and try to win? And I'll be honest, like, I can't complain too hard about people not swapping because I am a mediocre tank player, but a very good support player. Like, even though I rarely play comp, you know, if you were to look like at all of my win rates and everything else, for basically every support I play, they're all positive, and it's over like a lot of games, you know. Hundreds of games in some cases, and then having like a 60% or, you know, 55% win rate or something like that. And it's like, if you can just maintain that in comp, you will 100% climb. You climb for as long as you can maintain a positive win rate, even if it's literally 50.01%. You just climb slower than someone who, you know, has a 60% win rate. But either way, consistently being able to maintain a positive win rate over a large sample size of games, as far as I understand it, suggests that you are performing well. And also suggests that you're consistently improving to some extent. But either way, I used the wrong bow there. I am so good at this game. Either way, you know, I am playing tank in comp. Which I probably lose games because I'm on tank. But here's the thing, I'm solo tanking in most games anyway. If I wasn't tank, no one is. Like, there was a game recently where I was able to swap to DPS. Like, people were actually talking. And we won. Like, I'm not trying to be, like, egotistical or anything, but it's like... I've also had games where, like, you know, we just had complete potatoes on DPS, and I was like, okay, well, we just don't have damage, and I can't do enough damage on tank, so... But we have another tank, so I'll go third DPS. Ah, okay. Spirit base. So I'll go third DPS, and it would be like, then we start pushing. But a lot of the time, you don't even have that luxury. Like, you already have 3 hardlock DPS, none of whom will swap. But anyway, I was just saying, so I would probably win more games if I just hardlocked support, because I'm a better support player than I am a tank player. But I don't think that's griefing, because... Like, I'm not feeding. I'm not playing, like, complete garbage. You know, I group up, I use my ult when I have it, and try to get value from it. I do a lot of bad ults, but at least I try. And also, I have been climbing. I've been winning more games than I lose. And my win rate would probably be higher if I were on support. Support is just a better role to carry on than tank. In low lobbies, I think DPS is a really good role to carry on as well, but good luck. I haven't had much luck these last few runs. Not that I'm expecting, you know, Wind Force or something to drop all the time. But, you know, like a little bit of gold would be nice, even if it's just a low-level set or a low-level unique or rune or something. Something worth identifying, something worth picking up, even if it was just to kind of pick it up and say, ah, hello, old friend. You know, haven't seen you in a while. Anyway, it is what it is. I'm being a little bit quiet. As I said, I am very, very wrecked. I was so sick this morning. It was like, I was sweating. But I think I was kind of sweating it out. And I feel a lot better now, but I just feel really tired. And I've been really, because I've been really sick, I haven't wanted to, like, you know, mess around cooking and eating and so on. But I have some really good food in there. Oh, if I feel up to it tonight, it's gonna be so good. I got these nice like Angus beef sausages. It's like, you know, when you've been sick or something, I have some like nice just red meat. At least for me, that's the kind of thing that I feel like your body just craves it. And it feels so good to just get it in something like greasy and rich. Man, I've been doing this for 2 hours. Time absolutely flies playing this game compared to X-Men Legends. I think it's because of the linearity of Legends, which is not a bad thing. It's the fact that like you know you have a set goal and then the game is over when you achieve it. Oh, that's right. My mercenary died. And I'm a goober and I forgot to replace him, so let's go ahead and replace him. But yeah, I don't know. I suppose I should try to stream some challenge runs in Diablo. I mean, maybe tomorrow I'll look up some videos of the new hero, just to get a little idea of like what the kind of leveling build and so on is. Decent assists. And maybe just cook up that guy and just do some Warlock gameplay, like, you know, Act 1, Quest 1. No shared stash, maybe. I don't know. I still haven't decided if I will stream some Rivals tonight. What I might do is I'll probably try it on a private stream, just to see if it interferes with my frame rate or anything, and just to see how I personally go, like trying to patter over that game, because like this game does not require a lot of brain cells to play. The stakes are very low if I mess up. And I suppose X-Men Legends, you know, it has stakes, but it's fine. I generally know when I need to concentrate versus when I need to, you know, versus when I can just kind of chill and patter and chat. But a game like Rivals is like, it's competitive and it's stressing you, and it's if you play below your ability, you lose. You die. You lose fights. And as I say, sometimes I don't even understand like why I die in the moment. You know, I'll be like, and it's just like it's just because like there was something I needed to do and I didn't do it fast enough, and it's like, okay, like their Venom just like got in our back line and like ate my supports, and you know, I was kind of just like poking their other tank a little bit, like maybe poking a little bit of their supports, but like definitely not getting a kill or anything. And that's, you know, that's just the way it is. Like that Venom is just better at getting on my backline than I am at getting on his, and it's not always fair. You know, like maybe their team peels and your team doesn't. But yeah, I would love in Rivals. I love, and this is one of the things I was going to say earlier when I was talking about like, you know, I agree that the game should not be role queued, but here's the thing. Like, if someone solo tanks and the game is lost, or if they're solo support and the game is lost, or if they're solo DPS and the game is lost, like their SR should be protected in comparison to their teammates. Because at the very least, you can say that one person was doing their best in the most important way possible to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like your team was actively trying to make the game unwinnable for you. It was like, if you weren't going to go tank, you would literally have no tank. And now because you go tank, so that you will have at least one tank, and this is just, you're just doing that as a favor to your supports, basically. Like, at that point, as a solo tank, it's just like, oh, okay, well, I just kind of exist so my supports can go all charge. And, like, whether or not they will win the game with those ults is up to them. I have no control over that. But, like, my ability to make plays as a solo tank is super limited in comparison to, like, someone playing with two tanks. And the odds that I will just be deleted by a DPS ult that we don't have support ults for because they don't have two tanks to heal. God forbid if we have triple support with a single tank. That's even worse because, like, I don't know. I think triple support is the most overrated comp. And I think people who have complained about it, even though we know for a fact that, like, the last time they put the win rates for triple support out, it doesn't have good win rates, it loses. But as I say, whatever. People complain about it endlessly, like it's this unbeatable comp. And it's like, yeah, it sucks to play into. I can understand that. Where you're constantly having, like, stalling out and turning the game off. But the average triple support comp is nonsense. It's like, you know, it's like freaking, like, oh, it's Cloak and Dagger, Luna, and Rocket. Like, there's no synergy. The Rocket isn't, like, going crazy and hitting shots, you know. And they're just scalping each other's ult charge. And they only have one tank to heal. Great. It's going to have to be fun. But anyway, the long story short, the point is, I genuinely believe that it's like, okay, well, if everyone else on my team is going to lose 20 SR, but if I was the only person on the team who gave a crap about whether or not we had a tank or whether or not we had heals, or whether or not we had damage. So I was forced solo DPS and was forced to play something like Moon Knight or Punisher or Namor, who can, you know, kill through support ults, because how do we challenge them otherwise? But as I say, it's like, if you were willing to do that, I 100% believe the game should protect your SR in comparison to the people on your team who didn't give a fuck. Like, fuck those people. They, like, the only alternative solution that I would consider fair is if they were penalized for being, you know, clueless and antisocial. You know, is it like, okay, well, if you're supposed to lose... Wait, okay, I was wondering where the hell my mercenary went. It wasn't my mercenary that was gone, it was my freaking Valk. Anyway, let's get to the pits. But yeah, so I genuinely think that. And I also think you should get less SR if you win. When you're triple rolling. So let's say, okay, well, if triple support genuinely is so oppressive and so horrible, you will see a lot less triple support if people get less SR for wins on triple support. Like, you'll just see less of it. Because it's not such a powerful strategy that it's worth playing over 2-2-2 if you have to win more using it to get the same gains rank-wise. But that's the only way you will ever modify people's behavior in this game. The only way. And it will only work in comp. There is literally nothing you can ever do to change the fact that quick play in this game, in Rivals, will always be horrible and toxic and not worth playing. There's no matchmaking for it. Like, there is, but it's like, you cannot matchmake. It's like, imagine I'm trying to, like, you know, find rocks of equivalent size and just, like, put them next to each other, right? So here's this one rock, it's about the size of my fist, and I go to find another rock, it's about the size of my fist, and I put these two rocks next to each other, and they're both about the size of my fist. Seems relatively balanced, seems relatively fair. Okay, that's great, with stuff that is inert. Humans are not inert. Humans are naturally, like, their performances are naturally variable. It's subject to things like their psychological health, their mood, you know, like whether they're tilted because they just got, like, rage baited and rolled by a really good Spider-Man. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many things that can, like, make someone who, like, I don't know, maybe they're a plat peak player, but just randomly in your lobby they're playing like a silver. That can 100% just happen. That's just within the nature of human variability. And that will happen even in comp. But the reason why quick play is completely, and I genuinely think completely, it is evil. It is a bad game mode. It's weird EOM fuck job. It's there to sell skins, and it's there to give people who, you know, who play the game as if it is a single player game. That's like, I'm just going to go lock Psylocke or Panther or Daredevil or whatever, and I'm just going to go run at the enemy backline. I don't care if we have a tank. I don't care if we have heals. I don't care about anything. I'm just going to do this. And because it's quick play, I'm wearing headphones. And I'm, you know, hotspotting on my phone, you know, from an Airbnb. So I'm probably going to disconnect randomly. Like, this is what, like, when you start introducing the factors that only exist in quick play, where it's like, okay, you could in theory have a totally balanced lobby, where it's like, Bob is GM and Greg is Diamond and Marcy is Plat, and then on your team there's a GM, there's a Diamond, there's a Plat, but it's like their GM, pardon me, so like their GM is a GM Hella, who can completely dominate on any hit scan. And your GM is a GM, I don't know, Cloak and Dagger, who will never be able to climb outside of gold if they were playing a character that requires actual mechanics. And in this quick play match, which they have every right to do, they're playing, I don't know, Phoenix or something, and they can't really aim. And they're just going to absolutely have their head taken off by the GM on the other team. But as far as the game knows, this is still balanced matchmaking. It gave them a GM, it gave you a GM. Like, what else can it do? You know? It's like, it genuinely is doing the best it can. It's the people that let the system down. And that will always happen. But as I say, the variability that you get in, specifically in quick play, and only in quick play, is so bad that even in Overwatch, I would say quick play is genuinely like a bad and toxic game mode. It shouldn't be in the game. Because it's a non-competitive game mode for a competitive game. And you cannot, like, have a kind of handshake agreement that we're not actually we're all just not going to compete seriously. And this is one of those things people will say, like, oh, quick player is so sweaty now. And it's like, well, yeah, of course it is. Like, why would it not be sweaty? People still want to win. People want the dopamine of the win screen. And they don't like losing because, you know, people will say it's like, oh, you shouldn't care about winning or losing. You just play to have fun. It's like, okay, how much fun do you have when you're constantly being, like, killed? and respawning and walking back to point. It's not fun. How much fun do you have when you just have no space? You can't make plays. You have like you just like genuinely 3 people just jump on you and run a train on you every single time you go near point, and like you get no peel and no one helps you and you just die. That's not fun. But that's the way people play the game results in those scenarios, and the people who play the game like that and make the game like chronically unfun for other people are invariably the people who are saying, oh, we should all just play to have fun. And it's like, it must, like, I can't even imagine I can't, like, it's not within me as a person to say, like, you know, I'm just going to play, I don't know, Magic, and I'm so bad at Magic that our team literally, if our team is not, everyone in this quick play game, on my team, everyone is switching to their main and their main role and sweating. And if they don't do that for me on Magic, we will never even walk out of spawn. But because they are doing that for me, and they're making space for me to walk out of spawn and throw myself at the enemy and occasionally, you know, get lucky and get a kill because someone else did damage or someone else made a play and I was able to get the final or something. Or I just randomly got lucky or, you know, whatever. Or I just got my freebie ult and got a kill with my ult. And now I'm like, oh, well, I'm doing great. You know, like, people like that, I don't understand. But this is why I say quick play is terrible. Because someone has to make space for you to practice. So, the moment you just say, like... And here's the thing, is that people do the kind of practice that, like... I will watch people play quick play who play, like, Spider-Man in quick play. I actually, no, I'll watch people do this in comp. Who, like, can't even consistently do... you know, basic Spidey techs, like bunny hopping. Which is like, I can't consistently do that, but then I don't play Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I don't play Spider-Man. Because it would be really boring for me to just sit in the practice range and just practice that bunny hopping tech until it's pure muscle memory and I can do it on demand. But I could do that if I had to. You know, I used to play like RTS games and I've played some fighting games and stuff in the past, and I understand that, like, you know, drilling a combo, drilling a button sequence, you know, until it's, you know, muscle memory. What drives me crazy is, like, people will just be like, I'll just practice it in the game. And that's when you have people who it's like, you just haven't even done the basics. You know, things that you could easily practice and master on your own without causing even the tiniest inconvenience to anyone. Like learning your rollouts in a custom map. You know, learning your combos in the practice range, things like that. It's genuinely rare amid the player base for people to do that. Particularly amid the kind of people who play quick play. But, as I said, everything negative I've said about quick play is just, like, this is equally true in Overwatch or Rivals, or any other game that has quick play for that matter. Apex Legends or Fortnite. However, in Rivals, also in Fortnite, you have the added problem of freaking bots. And people think that in quick play you just have bot lobbies, where it's like, if you have a losing streak, you get a bot lobby. That's not true. You can get bots in any lobby. There is a reason why you wait 3 seconds for a quick play game, 5 minutes for a comp game. Pew. Basically, the game will not cancel a quick play lobby if people disconnect or lag out or quit the game or whatever after being kind of tagged for inclusion. And what it will do is it will just auto backfill with a bot. And nowadays, because bots can wear skins, and they have so many different scripts on the bots, it's not that easy to even tell. Like unless you physically watch the kill cam, which is like when would you see the kill cam of a bot on your team? You're not going to see it. The enemy team might see it. You might see the bot playing if you die. Like sometimes you kind of spectate your teammates. You wouldn't even know there's a bot on your team. Like it's like bots tend to feed because they S key and they never retreat. Although that's not even true anymore. There are scripts for bots that will S key and that will retreat. There are scripts for bots that are better than 80% of the players in this game. 100%. I'm not even joking with you. Like, I play a lot of AI lobbies in Marble Rivals, and the bots are completely RNG. Some bots will literally shoot at walls. You have like an Ultron bot that literally just flies around deliberately missing every shot, and that won't even put a... Damn, that was so close to being another win for us. But it is a rare. Let's take a look. Yeesh, Valkyrie taking a lot of damage here. Terrible. One thing I really wish they would give in this game, I was really hoping for it in this particular update, but it looks like we're not going to get it. And it's fair enough. This update, this expansion, rather, has genuinely been so much. It's amazing. Like, even if it didn't come with an extra character, I would have bought this. I would have very happily paid. I think it was $40. Like, not even think twice. If all it did was this, I would pay $40 for it. Because people have wanted that for so long. And look, I'm not 10. No one's going to do it for free. And they shouldn't have to either. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not entitled to like free entertainment and free updates and free quality of life patches on games I play that I bought years ago, you know, for like a single fairly trivial lump sum. I mean, I think this game was about $100 when it came out, which is like $100 over the years is a trivial sum when you compare it to what a player in a game like Marble Rivals or something can pay in 3 years, even if all they buy is the Battle Pass. You've made more than that. And the average person is probably going to buy a couple of event passes, maybe a skin or two. Oh, if they're my age and, you know, they independent, they have a job and stuff like that, but they'll buy whatever the hell they want. I know people who buy every skin that comes out in a game like Rivals for every character they play. Who very, very happily will pay, you know, put, you know, $100 a month into the game if necessary, just to get everything they want in terms of cosmetics. And why shouldn't they? So you know, you can't expect content like this to come for free. But I think they probably realized that either it was going to have to be a free quality of life update, or they needed to genuinely add new content, i.e. the new character. Probably the easiest new content to add compared to something like a new act, because that requires writers and There's got to be so much more dev time going into like making new tile sets and new enemies and blah blah blah. I keep forgetting to switch to the wind force. Ugh, conviction. Can we please shoot at the guy with this terrifying aura rather than these mates who are like miles away? Anyway. So Marvel Rivals Quick Play has the added element of bots. I was playing the other day against a team that legitimately couldn't walk out of spawn because they had an Ultron bot on their team. That's not fair. It's not like the game should not work like that. Like that is so messed up that you think about these players, they don't even realize that that's a bot. For the most part, some of them might, but I don't. Most of them won't. They don't even know. They don't even know they're being like completely abused like that, and not even able to walk out of spawn. Like it's so stupid. I'm not that good at the game that I can just like full hold the average team based on my gameplay, you know. And the kind of people that I'm, you know, playing with. You know, like again, the lobbies are balanced. It's just people aren't, and people are especially unbalanced in quick play. And then add in the extra layer of like some of them aren't even people; they're bots. And when you're not even that great at the game, sometimes the bots they put on the enemy team will literally roll you. Like, if you put a good script on a Thor bot, like if you play like Rivals, you play the AI lobbies, you'll know what I'm talking about. The Thor bot will literally just path in a somewhat indirect way. They'll even hide and set up ambushes and stuff, but they're basically just going to jump on what the bots have determined to be the most dangerous or problematic squishy on the enemy team. So it's usually based on like just your raw stats. So if you're like a Jeff, for example, and you're just spraying everything and putting out enormous heals and constantly just like taxing the enemy team's resource by just constantly like spraying damage over everyone, then you're going to find a Thor bot is going to like hurl himself at you. Never miss a cooldown, so he's basically permanently awakened state, and aimbot the 4 lightning slaps he needs to kill you. Even if you go into the sky, even if you if you were to put those Thor bots on the average team in this game, that team just wins. Because they have an assassin that the vast majority of people can't deal with. Like, the damage is enough that it will burn through a lot of pockets, unless your supports are good and they're listening and they know when the Thor is diving and they're aware of it, and they are not the target, because the character, the person who is aware is probably the best player on your team, and they are probably the person being jumped on as a result. So unless you just luckily have two very aware and cognizant supports who are holding cooldowns, knowing they need to peel for this Thor, it's just going to run a squishy and kill it. And then probably half health another squishy before it dies. It can literally run through an entire team like a hot knife through butter if they don't have the damage to kill it, and it gets heals. Like, I've legitimately seen this happen in AI lobbies where the bot 4 will kill 3 people because our team just has like really low damage. They just can't kill it. We've got like, I don't know, Magic and Mr. Fantastic or something. When I say low damage, I mean like those two characters can do a lot of burst, but like once you've used all your cooldowns, that's it. You're waiting like 12 seconds or something to do it again. And like he's already eaten that damage just with overhealth. And then just kills you. And then gets healed. And then moves on to the next person. And gets more overhealth. And blah, 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 blah. And it's... Like, I'm telling you, the average team in this game have no defense against that. They'll just get rolled by it. On the other hand, you also have like Venom bots that just never miss a headshot. And they'll just walk down a squishy on the enemy team, miss nothing. And the bots will even withdraw now if they're taking too much damage. If they have a good script. But then you can also get a script that, is literally like it's an EOM bot. It exists to make your game unwinnable. It's like a Human Torch that just shoots at walls. Yeah, that's cool. Nice spirit base. I'm not sure what this... is being kept for, but we'll figure it out. Nice elite weapon, always interesting. Man, this stream has been going for a while. I do want to find one more nice item. Nice is very subjective in this context, by the way. I don't mean like a Crown of Ages or a Cranium Basher or something. Oh, wrong way. Something super rare. But yeah. So like I'm super convinced that quick play in Rivals is evil. And look, this isn't being said from the standpoint of someone who is too afraid to play quick play. I've genuinely played hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games of quick play. Chunky skeletons. Just couldn't seem to get the curse on them. But yeah, quick play is mostly just people farming lords. They don't care if they win or lose. They still get their proficiency points. Or it's kids who just want to go key on DPS. Or they're doing their weeklies or their dailies or something, and again, that's all they care about. Like, you literally have games where you have 4 people on support. 4 people have heal-based or assist-based dailies, and they would rather, they would rather lose a match, which makes the match slower, which means you don't actually get to do much healing because you have 3 other supports scalping all the heals off you, so you better hope you're on good ping, and blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's such insane self-sabotage. But I think the real problem is just people just don't even press tab on quick play. They don't even know. But you come into these lobbies where you're just we had 4. We had these people that had all these lords, and you go look at their profiles and you're like, you know, we had like diamonds, we had GMs, we had all these genuinely good players, and they played like absolute garbage. Like, I remember playing with some lady and her kid, and she's like diamond and her kid is like GM. And, you know, we're standing in spawn, and I can hear a Hulk. There's a Hulk outside of our spawn. Like, I know it's there. It's really loud. You can hear the sound he makes when he jumps, you know? And I genuinely thought, okay, this kid is GM. He must know about the Hulk. I don't have to, like, type it in and, you know, and tell people to look out for the Hulk. Nah. The Hulk, at one point, I could see, I know exactly what was going on in his head. He was literally just standing behind us and, like, looking at us. And he's just like, I can't believe these people are this bad. Like, you know, GM players who don't even realize that this is a Hulk behind you. And I guarantee that you cannot get to GM playing like that. And, I mean, maybe if you just, like, Healbot as Rocket and just grind all season and play 1,000 games and, you know, you win 50.08% of those games, yeah, you probably make it to GM. But that's not how these people are getting it. You know, this guy's climbing a GM on Spider-Man. There's no way you can play Spider-Man. Although, I don't know, maybe you can. Maybe you genuinely can. If your mechanics are good enough. And if you're good enough at your rollouts and... I don't know. But either way, the fact of the matter is, I don't think that would have happened in a comp game. I think in a comp game, someone would have heard. Like, maybe in a bronze lobby or something in a comp game, yeah. But again, these were, like, diamond and GM players. And then, you know, after this, I'm already, like, embarrassed to be in a lobby with them, to be completely honest. And I'm genuinely thinking to myself, like, this is a nice lady, but I never want to play with her son again. So, you know, we're probably not going to play again together. And I'm, like, already thinking that in my head. I was already thinking that in my head, just off the basis of, like, how do you not see a fucking Hulk? How do you not hear the Hulk? But whatever. Then they started, like, raging at each other. Like, the DPS, like baby raging at each other in text chat and going AFK to talk to each other. Because we're losing. And it's like, we are losing because you don't even know what is behind you. That's why we're losing. It's nothing to do with the Hawkeye not hitting shots or whether or not someone's getting healed or whatever. But, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are things that happen in quick play. Where it's like, you're going to have people who do such phenomenally dumb shit that you already just want to leave. Like, you're genuinely, like, embarrassed to be around them. Like, you feel like a fool. Because you're, like, you're standing shoulder to shoulder with these people. Like, when I saw the Hulk, like, genuinely just looking at us, like, I wanted to type something. I wanted to just be like, yeah, I know, it's sad, isn't it? Like, how do they not see you here? But, as I say, these are things that will happen, and they can happen in comp, don't get me wrong. They happen in quick play all the time. They are a feature of quick play. But yeah, anyway, quick play is pure toxicity. My personal belief is, if you want to practice a hero, practice them in the practice range, learn all their text, learn all the, you know, things. Do your aim training, which you can do in the practice range, learn, get a feel for their primary, and then a really, really good way to actually, like, get a feel for how they play in a game is, like, go into a custom game and just fill with bots. So you have an all-bot team and they have an all-bot team. And sometimes your bots will just kind of win the game around you because bots have very much random scripts. And bots are also, like, really sensitive to just a comp diff. because of just the way they play. So if if your comp is just bad into theirs, like they have, I don't know, Loki, Penny, Groot, and you've got a bunch of like melee flankers, like, or if you have a bunch of melee characters and they have, like Ultron, Human Torch, Iron Man, or something, then your bots will probably just lose. Some bots will swap, it's in their script, but it's like they have their own pool of heroes they will swap to. It's not like the bot will just swap to Punisher and shoot the flyers. Like, they might literally swap from, like, Black Panther to Magic into, like, triple flyers. But anyway, so you can get, like, your bots can sometimes just get absolutely diffed by the enemy bots. And if you can carry your bots, like, in a match like that, it's a really good way to practice your hero. Because one of the things the bots are really good at is bots will counter you in ways that don't necessarily involve killing you. So, like, let's say I'm playing Adam Warlock and I'm 100% carrying my team. I'm hitting, like, really good shots. I'm doing a lot of damage. And because I'm doing a lot of damage and hitting lots of shots, I'm getting my resets in, so I'm also doing a lot of healing. And I'm getting big soul bonds, and I'm getting reses and blah, blah, blah. So you're just playing really well, right? The classic response would be for someone to say, oh, well, let's just dive the Adam Warlock. And it's like, he has self-heals. If he hits his shots, he's not that diveable. The bots will try to do the safest way to counter you. Like, the Thor bot trying to assassinate you is one little trick that they will use, and that's really dangerous. Even as Adam Warlock, like, you basically need to hit all headshots on the Thor, assuming you don't get any peel, which the bots often do not peel for you, so have fun with that. But anyway, if you solo carry your bots, I think you fine. Just then go play comp. And I'm not saying that you will go dominate comp, because the way human players play is different. Human players are more aggressive. Human players start doing damage way sooner. Human players are not exploitable in the sense that it's very easy to poke out cooldowns and stuff from bots. You get a huge amount of value from going forward and poking and then not dying. You can even bait out entire ults, because they will sometimes just press Q like the moment they're looking at you. So there are a lot of things you can do to exploit bots and make them, to kind of trivialize them. But when it's just you and the bots, it's a little bit different. Because I say, your bots sometimes don't peel at all. I mean, like, you can just have, like, a Venom and a Thor walking you back to spawn. And you get no heals and nothing on your team shoots up. And it can be super tilting. But... oh, what is that? Is that... Griswolds or something? I think it is. Oh, okay. Immortal Kings. I think I actually need that. That's a really nice find, if I'm not wrong. And the Immortal King set is actually, like... surprisingly usable set in this game. Just because... it's a set for a melee character that has things you would want as a melee character. Lots of attack speed, lots of damage, lots of, like, big stats, big leech. The weapon is good. It has lots of crushing blow. It's fast. Like, obviously, are you better off just setting yourself up with uniques and rune words and stuff? Of course, yeah. But I definitely want to have an Immortal King Barbarian at some point, so... Nice to have that piece of kit. I think that genuinely completes the set for me as well. I'll have to go take a look. But yeah, really nice drops today. Really nice drops today. Hold on. Let me just make sure I put it in the shared stash. I didn't even identify this. Yeah, the odds that it's going to be good are very, 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 very low. Shared stash, and let's pop this bad boy over. So this was the Ripple. I did upgrade this to the Elite base, but this bow is so underrated. It is so good. The combination of open wounds and slows target, and if you can get Atmas, literally clear hell with this bow without even upgrading it to Elite, so comfortably. So comfortably. You can genuinely do it on players 8 if you're patient enough. Because the combination of amp damage and open wounds will literally kill everything in the game, eventually. It's just a matter of time. And as I said, so my setup, I call it the Cripples on setup, which is like, look, my take on it is like, okay, I'm playing an Amazon. There's no conceivable way I'm going to have good resistances and blah, 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 blah. So what I am going to do is I'm going to take something like this, and this, and these, and now everything that I can tag with my arrows gets slowed to like 70% and is essentially harmless now. So now it doesn't matter that I have really bad resistances. Now it doesn't matter that I don't have a shield. Now it doesn't matter that blah, 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 blah. So where is set? Low set? No, this would be like mid set. Mid set? I don't know why. Immortal Kings is not a mid set, it's a high set, but I think I only have mid and. This. Okay, no, we do have Immortal Kings here. So we have the belt. I'm wearing the gloves on one of my barbarians, so. Yeah, we have the full set here, we just don't have the. How do we. I hate Alders. Yeah, so it's just the gloves, which I have. They're on my barbarian currently. I don't know how I'm gonna sort all this out and make it all neat or whatever, but that's cool. To get the full Immortal King set now. The problem is that my barbarian needs the gloves. So I kind of need to do some Mephisto farming or something and just, get another set of those gloves to drop. But yeah, this bad boy is genuinely good. It's so nasty. It attacks so fast. So if you have Maras, it's so good at proccing the amp damage. It's a really nice bow. And I get it. It's like, yeah, look, you just farm a Bariza off Mephisto. But I don't think a Bariza can, like... Because here's the thing. If you have a Bariza... I have no health potions. That's fine. I'll just be a grub and eat some juvies and hopefully pick some health pots up. But anyway. What was I saying? Lord. Yes, as I was saying, so your options are either kill everything before it can kill you. And that's always what you need to do. But it's like, so how do you make that achievable? Either you need to be able to survive for longer, or you need to decrease your time to kill further. And my understanding of it is, even if you have a Bariza, even if you have a Wind Force, there are so many situations for a boson in Hell, if you are playing on a high players count, where you cannot kill stuff fast enough for it not to be a threat to you. Now you start stacking slow target on that same stuff, it immediately, the threat that it represents immediately trivialized. And if you're going with a full crippling setup, like you have Blackthorns, you have Clegs, and you have Riphook, I mean, you can literally do Hell Players A. It takes a little bit of patience, because it takes, you know, a hot minute for stuff to die from open wounds with amp damage, but it will die, and it will be harmless while it dies. And you don't need, like, I did this on Hell, on like Players 3 or something, without even upgrading Riphook to the Elite base. It was purely just the interaction of open wounds and amp damage. And then, you know, that stacked with slow, giving me time to just chill and wait for the DOTs to finish everything. Like, I even started farming the pits with Ripple. And it was fine. Like, it was Players 3 or something, but... I also forgot that I'm supposed to be looking for health potions, but I haven't seen many of them drop. I should get something from the Elite. Whee! Very nice. Grab a couple of healing potions. Take one to drink now, and others to drink later. Off we go. I think that Immortal Kings was the find of the night, in addition to the legends, the unique legend sword, because that's, you know, a new item. So cool. But to me, it's even cooler to get that set completed. Elite set is so nice. I just wish Immortal Kings hadn't used them all. Like, imagine if the Immortal King's weapon was, you know, a mace. Like the reinforced mace. The elite one. Or, you know, the elite Morning Star or whatever. Just an elite blunt weapon. One-handed. So you could use a shield with the Immortal King set. So I think Immortal Kings even gives you like a little chunk of MF, like it kind of gives you everything. But then it's like, Alders in comparison is so bad. And then you have the Mavina set, which as far as I know is actually very strong. Because it has like a lot of reduction to enemy cold resistance and stuff. Oh my gosh, I just got bodied by something. Hey, it's always nice to see gold. We know what this is and we know it's not good, but we're gonna take a look at it all the same. Honestly, for a mercenary, open wounds or resistances, a little bit of ED do way worse. Ooh, fanaticism. Ugh, fanaticism and amp damage on the archers. Look at our mercenary though. What an absolute chad this guy is. He just tanks. I don't know why I'm wasting time here rather than just quickly going back in, but let's quickly go back in. Yeah, I don't mind making this a 3-hour stream. I haven't done a decent long stream in a while. Beautiful rare ring, please. No. It is what it is. There's stuff that, like, I don't know if the newer items can come off Mephisto, but maybe I should just quickly switch to the Sorceress and do some cheeky Mephisto runs. There's still a decent amount of stuff that I would like Mephisto to drop for me. Another Skelders would be really nice. A Head Striker would be nice. I don't think I even have a Head Striker yet. I would really like an Ethereal Head Striker to upgrade to Elite. For a Frenzy Mercenary. Whew. Spooky. You know when like you see a bug or a spider or something, and it just moves way faster than you expect? It's this very, very unique way of like startling you. But yeah, the poor Druid, the Druid gets so shafted in this game. I was really, really hoping there would be some minor reworky stuff, maybe with the bear, maybe with Maul. Just give the guy something. I was really hoping there would be some changes to Whirlwind as well, because Whirlwind used to... Whirlwind, I would argue, aside from like your classic Smiter, you know, Zealot / Smite Paladin, there's no melee character in this game that feels good. Every single one of them is just like, I have to just walk up to stuff and hit it one at a time. And even if you literally one-shot everything, that is a crappy way to play the game. And most of them don't one-shot everything. But yeah, most of the melee builds in this game suck and suck to play. The fun ones are invariably like Frenzy Barbarian, for example, is fun, but it kind of sucks. Throw Barbarian, like if you have the absolute, you know, if you have the best best in slot weapons and so on, then sure. Throw bob can be okay. Mainly, oh my gosh. Damn, I just got insta-rolled by the freeze. Oh, whatever. There's no reason to go back down there. It would take me more time to get to my body and... pick everything up. But yeah, that happens on occasion. Sometimes you just die. That's why I don't play hardcore. And I did say I was going to do Mephisto. Let's just finish this one, because the last one was rudely interrupted. But yeah, as I was saying, if you have best in slot items for like a throw bob, like what is it, the lacerator, the one that pretty much amp damages like 10% of hits or something. If you have that and razor tail, like yeah, okay, you'll melt stuff pretty nicely. But throw bobs still suck, and you're not gonna have the lacerator and. You know, like unless your character is just being like sugar daddied from a shared stash. Throw bob sucks to play. I mean, every melee character sucks to play unless they're being sugar daddy. Most of them suck to play even if they are being sugar daddy. Like Vengeance Paladin and stuff like that. Just yeah, it's just terrible. I'm using the wrong bow because I'm a genius. Anyway. Yeah, most of the melee characters in this game are terrible to play. Whirlwind used to be fun, it used to be strong, they completely nerfed it in this, in the change to LOD. And because it has no synergies, and it never got synergies when they upgraded them, and it's just genuinely been forgotten, it's just terrible. When, in terms of like fun factor and ease of use, it's the best melee ability in the game. It should be. Because it's AoE, it makes your blocks not interrupt your attack, it allows you to block while moving and attacking. It gets huge value from the range of your weapon, so it's actually like one of the rare things in the game that is potentially good to use a two-handed weapon with. Like, aside from something like a druid, who just like, they suck at using shields right off the bat, like their base block rate sucks, you're not going to put dex on them, and their one-handed weapon options are just kind of generally bad compared to the two-handed weapons, especially things you can easily get from like rune words, like obedience and a polearm. They're just like, I so easily cleared this game with a Fireclaw druid just using obedience. Because even when stuff is immune to fire, if you have points in like Bear and Heart of the Wolverine and you have a really high base damage weapon like an obedience, you just kill everything, it doesn't matter. You do so much physical damage that like the fire damage just essentially means that like you one or two shot everything that isn't fire immune. And then if it's fire immune, you kind of just have to like chip it down a little bit, but you kill it. if it's fire and physical immune, well then you're in then you're in a pickle. But I'm yawning. I'm so tired. Like, I absolutely wrecked myself playing that comp mode and then, you know, basically doing, like, freaking calisthenics, like, between matches. You know, like, push-ups and standing squats and knee lifts and stuff like that, just to, like, detailed and you know, just, like, steadying my hands and stuff. So my aim is good. I think the main thing about getting a set of rare equipment to take someone through hell with is like, well, first of all, you need a weapon that's like usable. It has to have like at least 250% ED on an elite base. Like that's just the bare minimum, I would say. If it's a rare with 200% ED, then in theory, yeah, players want hell on a zealot or something like that that does good damage. That's fine, but you would want more. You would want over 200% ED, you would want some attack speed. Like a Holy Grail prefix would be something like chance to cast air damage. You know, you could have some leech, you could have, you know, but there's a lot of things you'd want. But there's kind of like a basic level of like, okay, this is like the floor. This is what I actually need to be able to kill stuff. And I would say that is around 200% ED on an elite base. Yeah, you wouldn't drop anything good, would you? Shit. Alright. We'll just quickly do a couple of Mephisto runs just to round out this little 3-hour stream, see if we get some luck here. And I probably cranked this down to play as 3 just because I'm not the kind of person who can like do something for like a month and then like not do it for a month and then just come back to it and, you know, be as good as I was at the end of that month. It takes me a little while to kind of get all the... Wait, why am I not using static field? It's kind of too late now. It's not even worth identifying. So one of the things I can do is I can give my mercenary this, and then I can probably crank it up to players 7 or players 8 without having to worry about him getting his head kicked in too badly. This is the setup, by the way, here. I don't know if this is a good mercenary item. From what I've heard that mercenaries benefit from defense, and this has really high defense. And cannot be frozen is always good. And the damage reduced by 17 and 16 is good. And I figure poison length reduced is good, because mercenaries get wrecked by poison. And hit recovery, I assume, is good. Again, 1,000 damage, man. Like, obedience is so busted compared to like how easy it is to farm an obedience. But the actual sorceress, again, just really pretty basic stuff. And then, we got the charms here. Again, just a very mixed bag. We got the cold rupture in here. And gold. Huh? So we'll do that again. I'll crank it up to player 7 with the Kelpie Snare on the mercenary, because that just we won't kill Mephisto as quick because we don't have the crushing blow, or the absolutely stonkers freaking damage that an ethereal obedience does. But look, the only thing I'm concerned about is like the stress of having to potion my mercenary and get it all right, lest he die and then I have to resurrect him. So good. My freaking mercenary dies anyway, of course. That's Cold Kill and Goblin Toe, I think. Yeah, Cold Kill. Kind of a terrible item. I mean, a lot of CC on the cold, decent attack speed. The ED roll is not the worst. And man, the old Goblin Toe. Goblin Toe is one of those items. It's just like, what melee character doesn't want Goblin Toe? Even if you have Gore Riders, you might just prefer a Goblin Toe, because the Crushing Blow, like more Crushing Blow rather than Deadly Strike and Open Wounds. Plus, when you lower level, and Goblin Toe is all you can wear, it's just such a reliable place to get your Crushing Blow from, and as a melee character, like, you need that Crushing Blow. We got a really nice Durance map here. I should have gotten that electrical resistance shrine, but I didn't. Mercenary's gonna die again. I'm so bad at this now. Like, it's fine. He can literally die every run without it being a big problem. It's just frustrating because I know it's on me. Man, Mephisto can have some really bad drops sometimes. Like, sometimes he just gives you nothing. But the main benefit of Mephisto is just the speed with which you can... get back into it. Okay, so my mercenary is just being absolutely shreked for some reason, even with the Kelpie Snare. I think maybe I should just switch him back to obedience. He might have a better chance at living with just more life. Either that or I need to bring Juvies for him, which, like, I'm gonna be honest, I value his life less. Bro, can you die to the blizzard, please? Like, you're just standing in it and not taking damage for so long. Am I not wearing my MF gear or something? These drops suck. But yeah, we'll swap this guy back to his obedience. I think he'll actually live longer. It's so crazy. This should be the best thing in the game for dealing with a boss. It's 75% slows target.
Put that to good use.
And he still can't stay alive. You know, if it's a player's 3 Mephisto, it's safe as hell, but... Like, we're doing player 7 and I already feel like the drops suck. Also, I forgot to reset. But that's the game. Oh, I feel like when you do things like the pit, you forget that, like, you have all these, like, sunny memories of, like, oh, Mephisto always drops some gold. He always drops a set. He does something interesting. And it's like, he just doesn't. Not always. It's, you know, you get more consistently interesting drops from Mephisto than you do from the pits or from Pindleskin or, you know, the Stony Tomb or what have you. But I forgot to swap back, did I? No, I didn't. No. Yeah, look at that. He immediately... I mean, he still just, like, loses all his health for no reason, but... he does way more damage in the time. That's Natalia's... oh no, Juanin's. Which is... I've tried to think, like... I thought maybe a Thorns Paladin using Juanin's. Because, you know, a Thorns Paladin, you want to be hit. So, you're not necessarily using a shield. So it's okay that the primary weapon for that set is a polearm. And then you have the thing of, like, when they hit you, it does the static field, which is like... it was like... come on. You're better off just having defenses so that, you know, you don't freaking die when you get hit. Like, it's just such a bad set. But so many of the sets in this game are terrible. I don't know, like, it's just stuff where it's like, it's not for anyone. Like, there's no one who uses that set. There's no reason to use that set. It's like, it's a nothing set that does nothing for you, basically. It's, what does it have? The weapon is good. You put it on your Act 2 Mercenary, and you are good to go. Like, the damage is not going to be the greatest in hell, But even then, on players 1, good chip stuff down. Has a lot of attack speed. Ooh, okay. Always happy to see gold jewelry. And yeah, all of these can go here, which is cool. I can't remember if I actually reset or not. Anyway. We are at the 3-hour mark. I would like to get at least one interesting unique before I stop. The ring is obviously a nice find, but I'm not identifying jewelry because I want to stack it up until I have like a entire stash tab full. And maybe we'll switch this guy down to players 3. We'll see. I'll do like 5 or 6 players 3 runs and see how comfortable it is. But still, our mercenary can just randomly die. I don't even know what kills him there. It's so frustrating. Is this freaking Immortal Kings again? I'm gonna lose it if it is. I don't think it is, but... Wait, Ancient Armor. Oh, Mill Breakers. Terrible. Like... I'm sorry? 2 and 3? At level 17. Such a disrespectful joke of an item. But that set is not the worst. But also, it's a paladin set, and, you know, if you play paladin and you just use, like, Holy Freeze, Holy Fire, whatever, you just basically don't even need gear to play through, like, normal and nightmare. You just kind of run around and everything explodes. So anything that gives you plus to skills, resistances, useful utilities and stuff is going to be fine. And weapon-wise, you just want something that hits a lot and attacks fast. I cannot keep this guy out with normal potions. Even on players 3. Which kind of makes me think I might as well be doing this on players 7. Because if he's going to die every time... And I don't understand why he's dying. He has, like... This is really weird. I was doing Mephisto runs with this same guy. He has 75% resist all. He has physical damage reduction. He has over 1,000 damage. He has so much leech. Like... This is just weird. I don't understand it. Anyway, it's probably I'm just messing it up. Although, I think it's partly because I was using a Frozen Orb build, which just kills Mephisto faster than Blizzard. Blizzard actually kind of... Like, Blizzard is for Stony Tombs, it's not... Or it's for Mephisto when you are too scared. Like, for like a hardcore Mephisto runner or something, where you want to be able to use the moat trick. Maybe I should just use the moat trick, though. Oh, is it because this is terrorized? So great, he's still gonna kill my mercenary. Wait, did they change? Okay, hold on a second. I need to check something. Because I just tried to feed that guy so many potions, and he didn't get a single potion. Maybe that's actually the problem. It's control plus button, is it not? Also, I really hate that control schema. It sucks, and I wish there was a button to change it. No, it's not letting me give him potions. What the fuck have they done to this game? This is the thing, it's not even in the control scheme, which... It's so stupid. Anyway, I'll just let the mercenary die since we're using the moat trick, and I kind of have to farm this guy out now that we have the Terror Zone. When they said, like, oh, we're going to make it so that you can choose where your Terror Zones are, I was a little bit excited by that, but I also think that, I don't know. Like, let me put it this way, I don't care if I can, farm stuff and force the Terror Zone to be on Act 3 and then wait 3 hours for it to be in the Druids of Hate. Like, that is a completely pointless and stupid thing to put in the game. Sorry, guys. Like, you did so well with this update, but that's just nonsense. And... No, it's just not. Like he's not saying thank you when I press the button. It's just not giving him potions. That's why he's dying. It's control. I swear it's control. There's two people viewing this. If either of you played yet, please tell me if it's control. I don't understand why it's not a mappable button. Like, why can we not have that in 2025 in a game that you just put an expansion pack out for? Because that control scheme of forcing everything to rotate around control is disgusting. It's horrible. It's the kind of thing that was not play tested by an actual gamer because it makes the game like miserable to play. Like the way you have to rotate your hand around the keyboard is not how people play games. Like no one who had the ability to change it would not change it. And it's so gross that they don't let you change it. Anyway, I'm genuinely going to have to pop this on and fucking Google what button it is. Because I need to understand, is my keyboard broken? Alright, so it's shift. I had it wrong. That's my bad. Still, the positioning is the same, and that's the thing that bugs the hell out of me. Anyway, let's get back in there. So that's why my mercenary was dying constantly, but he'll die now anyway because it's a terror zone, so we'll just use the moat trick. But yeah, I think the moving terror zone thing is a silly change, didn't need to exist. The changes to terror zones sound quite interesting. I don't know. I hate Sunder Charms. I think they're a bad thing to put in the game. I don't think they should exist. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of where it's like, oh, okay, well, if you have this thing, then you can actually use the like optimal min-max build. But if you don't, then you have to use this like really suboptimal build where you're kind of spreading your abilities around so that you can deal with things that would otherwise be completely immune. That's a really stinky way to make items. Like, having items that essentially exist to make something viable that would not otherwise be viable. But the thing is they don't work anyway. Like, you have to then use a low resist wand, and, you know, as far as I understand it, it's like really only there for things like Ubers. Wow, okay, Terrazone Mephisto. How much MF do we have, by the way? There's supposed to be a way to look at, like, your advanced stats. I don't understand why this stuff is so weirdly inaccessible. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we have almost 500 MF. And we're getting this. And a bunch of crap. Whatever. And it's just the game. It's the slot machine. You gotta whack the slot. You gotta hit the loot pinata until something good comes out. And it is Terrazone. And this is only like my third chance to do a Terrazone endurance, so I'm not. Yeah, not going to squander it. And this is pretty chill. Man, I'm starting to like dislike Mephisto. I think Andariel is like comically overrated for grabbing loot, and I think Mephisto is only good because he is accessible, and you forget how bad a lot of his drops are just because you can run him so fast that you kind of forget that you ran him 30 times to get, like, a Duriel shell. Like, some completely mid-unique that you just kind of looked at and were like, oh, that's cool. And you forget that, like, you actually did, like, 30 Mephisto runs to get that. And it's like, to actually get something good, like, you will run this guy so much, like... Anyway, as I say, I think Mephisto's drops are, like, hugely overrated. But he is vastly better than Andariel. Andariel is like I would argue, one of the worst bosses in this game to farm. Like, unless you're doing solo self-found and like you're in hell or you're in Nightmare and you have physically just only have access to Nightmare and Andariel, and you need to farm stuff, then yeah, you're gonna do it. But if you have access to Mephisto of the same difficulty level, I think you're insane if you farm Andariel. Unless you're like a Holy Fire Paladin or something. That's G-Phase, which is nice, but obviously I have it. Laying of Hands, really nice, but obviously I have them. And these are Alders, I think. Oh no, Immortal Kings, okay. But see, this is what I mean. It's like you run Mephisto like 7 or 8 times, and that's the drop you get. Where it's just like, it's just a bunch of crap that you have and you don't want. But, you pick it up and you identify it anyway because it's like, if I didn't have them, they'd be cool. And, I have to do something. I can't just like save and exit. But anyway, it is what it is. This is, as I say, this is super chill, just using the moat trick, and I don't know. Maybe I should be doing it on players 3. Maybe I've just like made the time to kill so high. But like every time I get a bad drop on players 3, I like the instinct is to blame the fact that it's players 3 rather than to think, maybe I actually just need to run him like 50 or 60 times to get something good. And yeah, make sure I swap. I mean, again, this is just a bunch of absolute crap. Like, this is the kind of items that I find in the pits. It's not even that... Like, this could be worth selling. I don't know. I do think Mephisto is pretty overrated. But I did get an Azure Wrath off Terrazone Mephisto, so... You know, I don't have that much room to complain. I also got an Arcane's Valor off Terrazone Mephisto. Arcane's Valor was a kind of holy grail item for me, because there was a guy who used to come into like the dueling servers that I used to go to, and his setup was like he had like a perfect vamp gaze, and he had a storm shield to get his damage reduction cap, and then he had Arcane's Valor, and I think he had Grandfather, which, like, really not actually a particularly good PvP setup, save for like fighting other barbarians. Even then, there's way more optimal armor. Like, you know, if you were just fighting other barbarians, you'd have something with like max damage and ED, or I don't know, something. Man, gotta love that 500 MF Terrazone drop. It is what it is, though. This is nice. This is chill. Like, I don't think I could have handled doing it in the Terrazone with my mercenary constantly dying, trying to feed the little potions and... Yeah, anyway. Though he probably would be fine now, but if I actually use the right button and give him potions. Oh, Lord. Now I'm getting Hydras. Be a little bit patient here. Aha! Okay. Okay. Eventually, good stuff drops. This is a new item, I think. This is... Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Alright. Alright, Mephisto. You speaking my language, giving me loot. Let's freaking go. I haven't even looked at this item. So what do we got here? Faster run walk. Very nice. Cast rate. Very nice. And hit recovery minus enemy magic resistance is pretty chunky. And then all resistance is 14. Is this for like a Bone Spear Necro or something? Or a Hammerden, maybe? Like, all res 14 on a belt? Faster run walk on a belt? Cast rate on a belt? Like, obviously you have Arachnid Mesh, but I wonder if that combination of that plus the minus enemy magic resistance is worth more than what you get on this, mainly the plus 1 to all skills. Oh my god, that 151 strength required though is just stupid. Okay, I kind of need to rethink that, because freaking Bone Spirit Necromancer with 150 strength. Like, who the hell is going to use that belt? A Berserker, maybe? But then, what do you don't want cast rate on a Berserker? Like, I don't know, man. I genuinely believe, like, how? It's 2025. No, it's 2026. People have literally been playing this game for, like, 30 years. and you know, talking about like what the difference between a good item and a bad item is. And bad items are items where you just look at it and you're just literally saying, who the fuck would use this? Like, I'm comparing it to this, which requires 50 strength. It requires more than twice the stat investment in a stat that nobody wants to put points into. And that no one will put points into unless they absolutely have to. Like, no one is putting 120 points of strength into a fucking necromancer so that they can have that instead of a rack and mesh. Like, I'm sorry. So, for a Hamadon, I don't know, do Hamadons have a lot of strength? Maybe there's other high strength items that they use. I don't know. Like I say, it's worthless for a berserker. Because of the faster cast rate, he's not even benefiting from like some of the better stats on it. It's like they try to make these items that are like for everyone. Like, oh, you can use it if you're a berserker, and look, if you're a caster, it does this and it does that, and it's 3 of everything. But it's like, it's unfocused. It's not like someone said, okay, let's make an item, like, I don't know, like, do they not know what builds exist in the game, what skills exist in the game, and what skills people use in the game? And, you know, what builds look like on characters. Like, you know a sorceress is going to be a fire sorceress, or but more likely she's going to be a cold sorceress. You know, we know that there's Frozen Orb, we know there's Blizzard, we know there's Fire Claws, we know... Like, this is not a game where there's a trillion builds, and where you can just be like, put any old random garbage stats on an item and think people are going to use it, especially not something that is on an elite base that, like, you're not even going, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's never going to, like, there's a lot of items in this game that are, like, kind of, but, like, they're at a level where it's like, well, if you found it, like, if you're, like, level 40 and you found this, like, you'd probably still, like, you know, it's fine. But, like, I don't know. I'm kind of ranting, but it genuinely does make me angry. They're like, come on. Like, who the fuck is that item for? That item is for no one. It needs minus strength requirements. And you can't even put a held rune in. It's literally, like, trash. Like, who does magic damage in this game? Berserker? Bone Spear / Bone Spirit Necromancer. That's it. Maybe the new character does. That I'm probably missing out. It's probably for the new character. Because I know they put that sling ring, which also has reduced enemy magic resistance. And that feels like it wouldn't be coincidence. That, like, they just put 2 random reduced magic resistance items in the same... But I hope to God that's the case. Like, if it isn't, then I genuinely don't know what... Like, I don't know where we are in this game. Terrible. A decent enough item. Sazavi's. But I don't need it. We'll sell that armor. Make a few buckaroonies. And get back in there. But yeah. Man, that, like, the sword, I don't know. Like I said, maybe I don't understand the new characters. I mean, obviously, I do not understand the new characters here. I can 100% say that. But I can look at this. Where is it? Yeah, I can look at this, and I can say, yeah, like, I can see why a melee character would use this item. It has massive bonus to attack rating, which is huge. It has Mana Leech, which is very valuable. It has Deadly Strike, which is enormous. It has minus requirements, a huge chunk of minus requirements, which is very important on an elite base, especially swords, because for some reason you just pay the cool tax if you want to use a sword in this game. They're completely suboptimal because the stat requirements on them are insane compared to everything else, and for just no reason. Like, they're not better. In fact, in many cases, they're flatly worse. But whatever. But whatever. That's the coolness tax, so it helps to mitigate the coolness tax. The ED kind of sucks, but is massively made up for by chance to cast amp damage. Like 33% chance to cast amp damage is a massive, massive, massive prefix on any weapon. Is huge. Like, I just talked about how you can literally clear hell with Rip Hook and Atmas. Players 8 hell, I mean. On this, like, 60 damage exceptional bow. Just because of the interaction of slows target, open wounds, amp damage. Here we go. A bit tricky to get into position. But man, this is just chill. This is super relaxed. Oh my lord. These drops suck. Like, I'm thinking maybe switch it back to players 3 just because the drops suck. And maybe the faster I can do it, the better. I don't know. Like, I gotta do something, because right now I'm not feeling much motivation to continue doing this, I gotta be honest. Like, I can grind the pits or Pindle skin when they're dropping nothing, because I know that just any random run, you could get the best item in the game. Or you could get a high rune, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, Wind Force can drop. This maybe in Terra Zone with this, so stuff like that can drop, but I don't think so. I think the main advantage of Terra Zone Mephisto is like high level jewelry, and there's a handful of items that he's likely to drop when he can drop when he's Terra Zone that are like, I think, I don't know. I don't know exactly how it affects the drop table. But I don't think you're going to be getting a Wind Force or a Crown of Ages or something from a Terra Zone Mephisto. I don't think you can drop it. Honestly, now that I can just potion this guy and we're doing this on players 3, probably keep him up and not even worry about using the moat trick. Just to do this faster. Something I haven't done in a long time is Lower Kurast. That would be nice. Maybe tomorrow I'll do a little bit of Lower Kurast grinding. Lower Kurast is one of those things, it's like, sometimes when you're mentally, like, you want to do it, you can just do it for hours. And it's really satisfying to do, just, you know, trying to, like, fully optimize your pathing and bounce around from, like, different chests. Bro, I've given you like 7 potions. Can one of them like do something now? Okay, this is one of these new things for the Uber Ancients or whatever they're called. So that's cool to find. Holy... Okay. That's not terrible. It just... Spears suck for the same reason swords suck. They're, stat requirements are way too high. But this is a decent freaking... Like, 260% ED with the 45 max damage, 1000 attack rating. Like, those two things by themselves make a serviceable weapon. I don't know. I kind of have to hold on to that. Just to, like, look at it and think about it for a little bit. Maybe fall in love with it. Who knows? Maybe build some sort of run around it. Probably not. Because, like I said, spears suck and everything that uses spears suck. Two-handed spears suck. Two-handed spears are just worse two-handed swords. Like, look, two-handed swords could just be deleted from this game completely. There's no reason to ever use them, aside from on a barbarian who can use them as one-handed swords and still have a shield and not die. But then it's like, why not just use a mace? Why not just use an axe? Like, the slight advantage that two-handed swords have of having a little bit more reach, which is good if you're whirlwinding or something. So it's like they will hit things more often than a one-handed sword because they have a little bit more range than a one-handed sword. It's just like, let me tell you something. You know the Berserker axe that has better frame data, less ridiculous stat requirements, and just better superior DPS to every sword in the game. It's just a flatly better weapon, even if it didn't require more. Even if it required the same stats and it requires less. Is this Trang's? Trangle's wing? I think I had this. If it is. Oh no, this is... Okay, this is new. Man, I hope the other items in that set are actually good. Because this is a piece of crap. Fucking magic damage reduced by 7 plus 14 to strength. These are troll stats on a level 60 item. Troll stats, man. But like I said, look, the IK set has some troll stats. Like, you know, all the sets in the game have some troll stats. It doesn't mean that when you put the whole set together, it isn't good. The elite, I will say, the elite sets generally don't disappoint. People don't use them because, you know, there are just better setups with rune words and stuff like that. And I think the only one that's genuinely, like, elite is Griswold's. And that's only because it has a trillion sockets. But then it's like, if you put really good stuff in all those sockets to make it like a truly elite setup, then it's just like, it costs you so much to get all that stuff that you're going to put in them that you might as well just be wearing the standard meta endgame, gear. And, I talk about this like, oh, okay, hell yeah, this is an item I actually need. This is the last elite bow. And it's worse than a Bariza. It's such a troll item. How is it this bad? It only has 224% ED, which is embarrassing for an elite item. Bonus to attack rating, nobody cares, on a Zon. A bunch of crappy elemental damage that half the stuff in the game is going to be immune to, and a third of the stuff in the game is going to resist by 50%. Charges of a completely useless skill that nobody wants or will use. And sockets, so that, like, yes, again, okay, if I put 2 Om runes in it, then it's still worse than a Bariza. and now it's just like the most expensive thing in the universe. But it's nice to have it. I knew it was a piece of crap before I found it. That's why I've never been excited to get it, or particularly sad that I don't have it. But anyway, what a piece of garbage that item is. Like, genuinely, it's like, it's upsetting how bad it is. Like, in comparison to how rare it is. I'm hyped to have found it, like I said, because it's my last Elite Unique bow. So now I have Windforce, I have Eaglehorn, I have Widowmaker, I have 2 Widowmakers, I have multiple Eaglehorns. I probably have had 5 or 6 Eaglehorns over the time I've been playing. I stopped stashing them because I don't think Eaglehorn is a good bow, to be honest. I think you are better if you want to use a bow. If you're not going to use a Bariza, or if you're not using Rune Words. Oh, the Terror Zone's gone. Wow, he just drops that like on his own without even being Terror Zone. That's crazy. I swear, he's dropping better stuff now that he's not Terror Zone. This is so weird. That's not the worst item. I've genuinely seen people do solo self-found challenge runs who would have been glad to find that in hell at level 48. Because it's like, there's nothing bad on this if you're playing a paladin. Like, +1 to skills is always good. 133% enhanced damage is low, but there's much worse stuff out there. 182 attack rating, flat bonus to attack rating, always desirable. Damage to demons, yes, there's a lot of demons in the game. More attack rating versus demons, nice. 1 to 8 lightning damage, terrible, but whatever. And then we have this thing. This is Ariok's Needle or something, which it looks like it should be good, doesn't it? And it's garbage. Like, put this thing on your mercenary and watch them just suck. Like, watch them not kill anything. Even though it has 200 ED, 50% deadly strike, ignores target's defense, big IAS, +4 to all skills. It looks like it should be good. It's trash. I have tried to make that item work on mercenaries. It just doesn't work, I'm telling you. Like, I'm not saying you would never be glad to find it, but I would literally rather have a Kelpie snare on my mercenary. 100%. At the very least, it's neutering elites. So where did the Terror Zone go? Ah, it's on Bale now. On players 3, I can run Bale on my Zon. But I'm not going to. Anyway, I was going to do Mephisto even not Terror Zone, and look, I might as well just finish up this 3.5 hour mark. But what I will do is I will, since it's not Terror Zone anymore. But yeah, getting that Colossus crossbow, really nice. I can't complain about the things that have dropped in the time I've been farming today. Like, oh my gosh, I completely... Okay. I forgot to reset. Anyway, I can't complain about the drops I've had today. I got 2 of the new Elite Uniques. Come on, that's so nice. I got Immortal King Soul Cage, so I completed the Immortal King set. I got the last Elite Unique bow that I need, even though it's garbage, but it rounds everything out. This is such a nice item. Like, who won't use a Dust Deep at some point? Or chuck it on their mercenary at some point? Like, it's so nice. Like, it's got resistances, it's got a bit of damage, like, it's just nice. Sometimes I swear Blizzard just does no damage. %, indeed. If there was something I could change in this game, it would be to make affixes scale with the level of the item, if that makes sense. So, like let's say you have an elite unique weapon. Now it can RNG roll a bunch of different damage bonus affixes from anything up to like completely trivial and pointless, 30% or 50%, right up to, like 250, 300%, where it's actually getting like, wow, this is kind of like, this is genuinely good damage. Passable at least. And then it's like, but I don't understand why you're getting like a kind of eye level 30 suffix on a weapon that, can't even drop until you're like level 50, 60. I do feel like you would instantly make rares and magic items like more fun to find, like more desirable, much more potential for like variable builds and so on, if they just made it so that those really low level affixes don't spawn on high level items. You will still get a fantastic number of terrible rare items that you just throw instantly in the bin. And this is, the Moxu. Not a bad weapon for Act 2 Merc. And these are Cleggers. The old Cleggers. Cleggers on Amazon, to me, is basically best in slot. And highly underrated on a lot of melee characters as well. A lot of people who will say, like, knockback is bad because it pushes stuff away and then you don't kill it. And it's like, A, it doesn't always knock stuff back. B, the number of times where you're like 1v1ing one monster and knockback is an inconvenience to you versus the number of times where you don't even notice that you have it. You're just in a pack and just like, you're just smashing everything with zeal, and like, every now and then a monster just gets like booped back a bit. Like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with knockback on melee characters. It's totally, people just have a huge, stupid, I don't know, I don't understand it. It's just like a big drama thing, I think. I do understand the frustration of like not wanting knockback as a stat on a melee weapon. It's like, of course, I would like another stat, but if the weapon is good otherwise and it has knockback, I don't like, it's fine. And the slow on Cleggs, like, so here's how you have to think about it, right? Sharp Stop is considered one of the best items, one of the best armor in the game. For, if you're putting it on your mercenary, you want them to survive, not get beaten up, blah, 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 blah. That's Atma's. Yeah, so this is another one of those items where it's just like, who uses this? Like, defense, nobody cares. Replenish life, nobody cares. Dexterity, okay. Increase mana? on someone who wants 125 strength to wear an 800 defense armor, and then it has a trivial amount of MF. I don't know. Complete nonsense. Spine Ripper, really nice item, actually. Huge ED roll. Insane. You don't realize how damaging this is because in exceptional bases, the items scale. So, like, the exception, like, everything is balanced in elite. So, like, a quote unquote lower level elite, like an elite short sword, is not actually worse than, like, an elite Colossus blade. It's all relatively balanced. The short sword will maybe attack faster, have less range. The Colossus blade will do more damage. But if you actually calculate the total DPS, comparing the same hero with the same frame data, most of the elite weapons are relatively balanced. The imbalances come in things like stat requirements, because some of them just randomly require a crap ton of stats for no reason, like swords and spears. But damage-wise, it's all relatively balanced. But in the exceptional bases, the lower level weapons just flatly do low damage. So you can see an exceptional weapon with like 200% ED, and then the damage it does doesn't look particularly good. But if you were to upgrade that to an elite base, you'd see that like it's got a lot of ED on it. You know, it also has the add damage. It also has Deadly Strike. I think it has Deadly Strike, or is it Open Wounds or something? I don't know. Anyway, Spine Ripper is a nice dagger. And, you know, Poison Dagger Necro may suck. But at least it's a thing that some people will want to play, and, you know, will be happy to have a dagger on him. And you're still probably better off just using Malice, because Open Wounds is really good. I think it's Malice, 100% Open Wounds. But, you know, Spine Ripper gives you plus to skills as well, and I mean, physical damage kind of means nothing, but anyway, bottom line, Spine Ripper, decent item. Decent, like, it's an item that is clearly designed around an ability that a class has and that some people want to use. And it's crazy that that makes me like it so much, even though it's kind of bad. You know, even though it's for a bad class that people only use to like punish themselves and for challenge runs and to see if it can be done. And even though if you were genuinely being like optimal on that class, you wouldn't actually use it. All that having been said, I still like it. Because there's a lot of items in this game that are just like, I don't know who it's for. I don't know what skill it's supposed to work with. It works with nothing, it is for no one. It's just a thing. And, I don't know, there's value in having items like that in the game. Don't get me wrong. From like an immersion and world building standpoint, if you think that like elite items are items that kind of belong to some other hero, and it's like maybe it worked for him, but it's not going to work for you. So if you look at it like that, then it's nice to have the game, you know, filled with all these items, and you're like, you know, it'll be, I don't know, it's called like Basil's Vortex. So who's this Basil guy? Like, who's, you know. Anyway, we've got this. Still, not a terrible find. And I've kind of gone closer to 4 hours now. Man, I get so locked in, and it's so hard to stop once you start doing runs, because there's always that, okay, but just next run, right? Next run something really good drops. But I think I'm going to stop at my next piece of gold. We're almost at the 4 hour mark. I meant to stop at the 3 hour mark. And I have had amazing drops so far. Like, really good stuff. Really stuff that genuinely put a big old smile on my face. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but trust me, big smile. having an absolute whale of a time. Even if the items, even if I look at them and I'm like, oh, that's so bad, like that freaking stupid crossbow, I would rather have it just to kind of look at it and you know, laugh at how bad it is. But at least I know I have it. If for whatever reason I decide I want to use it or something, it's there, it's accessible. Rare boots. Always get a look. And I always forget that that's the optimal way to do it. Just immediately save and exit after you go back through the portal. Also TK through the portal, but I literally don't remember what all my keylines are. The Saigons and rare boots, always worth looking. But the odds of genuinely getting a Holy Grail set are pretty low. That's why you gotta identify everything you do find. But yeah, as I was saying, so you will see some exceptional items. Like the exceptional cutlass, I think it is. If you upgrade that thing to elite, it's absolutely monstrous. It has like deadly strike and open wounds, I think. It's like 250% ED. It's like 30% IAS on one of the fastest weapon bases, like just, you know, to start with. Ah, are they Immortal Kings? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I actually needed that. So maybe that's gonna be where we end this. That's decent ED roll. Decent. Possible. So yeah, maybe this is where we end this. We got the Immortal Kings. If I want to make an IK Barbarian now, I don't even have to farm a new set of those gloves. And we'll just sell that. So yeah, all in all, really, really happy with this session. I'm always happy. Like, I cannot think, like, you got to play this game. I'm telling you. Like, anytime you have a few hours spare and you're not, you know, mentally keyed up to play something that's like, you know, really demanding and stressful and requires you to really sit up and blah, blah, blah. You just want to do something chill. I can promise you that maybe it's just me, but just grinding a little bit of loot in Diablo will never fail to put a big, dumb smile on your face. The odds that you will do a full loot session of a couple of hours with decent, you know, even totally marginal MF kit, you know, like 4 topaz armor, 3 topaz helmet, whatever, just whatever you can cobble together, you know, shopped for boots and gloves with 2020s, whatever you can cobble together, 100 MF, 70 MF even, and just go do some Mephisto runs. I promise you, you're gonna find something that will put a big, dumb smile on your face. Because here's the thing, if your MF is that bad, then you probably don't have like lots of great stuff, you know? And we're gonna do this once more. I completely forgot to get my mercenary back, but that's okay. We'll just moat trick this guy. Oh, get out of here. Come on. But yeah, really, really good game to just put a smile on your face. The only problem is, it does require a little bit of investment. Like, you're gonna play for an hour or two. before you have access to even Nightmare Mephisto, you know, who's actually worth grinding. And honestly, I really struggled when my sorceress first got to hell. Like doing the Countess Tower and stuff like that was brutal. Getting absolutely waxed. And I was so low level, and my mercenary was low level, and he couldn't tank a thing. He was getting stomped on. Okay, I'm gonna do this one more time. One more time. You know how this works. It's just like I need to stop, but I'm not gonna stop because I'm hyperfixated on getting something, and I don't know what it is. But this something is going to drop. If I keep doing this, something will drop that will make me think, okay, now I can end this. And it's not even going to necessarily be something amazing. Ow. Bro, so... And this is... Hammer's adamant or something? Yeah. Terrible item. Decent enough set, though. This is Gore Shovel, I think? Yeah. And this is the old Griswold's Edge. Bunch of bollocks. Anyway. The problem with Mephisto is it baits you in. Because it's just like, I'll just do one more. It's so fast. Anyway, I think this one will genuinely have to be the last one. I have to go prepare some food. Have a meal, maybe sleep. You know, I'm like not joking about being completely wrecked today. Like I have aches in all my, like good aches because it's from working out, but like still aches. Alright. That's got to be the point we ended on. Another unique jewel. And the old Alders. Terrible item, but still. And this one will sell, help pay for our mercenary. And yeah, I'm eventually going to have like an entire inventory tab full of unique jewelry and jewels. And I'm going to identify them all in like one swoop on a stream one of these days. I don't want to sign. I don't know why. I just like, I'm having so much fun with this. All right, maybe we just do one more cheeky little run, nice and fast. We're just not like we're not going to talk about it. We're just going to quickly go in and do it. Get it done. And I think that's my symbol to leave. I think, yeah, that's Mephisto's way of basically saying, bro, you're drunk, go home. We're not serving you anymore. And I can take that hint. I don't mind. As I said, we've had really nice drops. This interesting rare, this last elite bow we need, this new item, this new item, this new item, a couple of jewels, ring, you know, we got the IK, which I needed, we got the IK armor, which I already milled off, you know, just generally like really nice stuff. Anyway, big thank you to anyone who tuned in, especially if you were expecting X-Men content. I know a lot of people, they don't like this kind of variety streaming, but, you know, I can't just play the same game over and over and over again. Anyway, my voice is probably a little bit quiet. I think my microphone is maybe too far away, but I'll check the stream and adjust it and so on next time. But thanks to anyone who did tune in, and I'm going to take off now. I might be back later, but we'll see. I'll certainly be back tomorrow.